You guys hear me?
Thank you, Commissioner Goldman. I was just going to check. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, good evening, everyone. I will call to order the City of Laguna Beach Planning Commission meeting for April 2nd, 2025. May I have a roll call?
Commissioner Goldman,
Here.
Commissioner Whiten,
Here.
Commissioner Dubin,
Here.
Chair Pro Tem Kellenberg,
Here.
Chair Sadler.
Here.
Thank
And
you.
just a note to everyone, Commissioner Goldman is participating remotely, telephonically, and his location has been noted in the posted meeting agenda. Before we get on to our regular items, there's a time for public communications at the beginning of our meeting. At this time, members of the public may address the Planning Commission regarding any items not on the agenda tonight, but within the subject matter jurisdiction of the Planning Commission. Is there anybody here who would like to make any public comments other than what's on the agenda tonight? Seeing none, I'll close public comments and we'll move on to the consent calendar. The consent calendar consists of the February 26, 2025 draft minutes of the Planning Commission meeting. Are there any members of the public or any members of the commission who would like to pull the consent calendar item?
No.
Seeing none, would somebody like to make a motion to approve the consent calendar?
Move approval. Second.
A roll call, please.
Commissioner Goldman,
Yes.
Commissioner Whiten,
Yes.
Commissioner Dubin,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Kellenberg,
Yes.
Chair Sadler.
Yes. Okay, we'll be moving on to our first item, item 5.1, which is a temporary use permit, coastal development permit. And the applicant is the City of Laguna Beach. And our Senior Administrative Analyst, Louis Lacasella, will be presenting this item for us tonight. Louis.
Perfect. Thank you. Good evening, Chair, members of the Planning Commission, Louis Lacasella, Community Department. It's my pleasure to be able to present item 5.1, consideration temporary use permit 250352 and coastal development permit 250353 for the installation of promotional banners in the HIP district. The city is requesting approval to install 35 banners on light poles along South Coast Highway between Dadia Street and Diamond Street. These banners are designed to promote the historical interesting place district, also known as the HIP district, an area that spans 10 walkable streets known for its small businesses, restaurants, retail shops, and hotels. Maybe you could advance it one slide, Anthony. Actually, one more. The previous temporary use permit was issued in July 2020, authorizing 22 banners within the HIP district. And as demonstrated on the photo on the screen, the current proposal seeks to increase that number of banners from 22 to 35 and extend the program further south to Diamond Street. The banners are designed by Bill Atkins and features vibrant colors, creating an engaging, energetic visual identity for the district. The proposed banners measure 2 feet wide by 10 feet tall, and the banners would be mounted on existing streetlight poles without obstructing pedestrian pathways. And proposed project banners are on the slide before you. Staff has analyzed the project and believes that all the findings of fact necessary for approval can be made for the requested entitlements, and the banners align with the city's general plan. And the project is exempt from CEQA under Section 15304, minor alterations to land in Section 15301, existing facilities. And with that, staff recommends that the Planning Commission adopt a resolution approving the temporary use permit and the coastal development permit for the project and finding the project exempt from CEQA. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions. Also in attendance is Bill Atkins, the designer for the banner, and Joe Hanauer, who is representing the HIP district businesses as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Louis. Are there any questions of staff?
Yeah, Louis, I just had one. And maybe I overlooked it in the staff report, but what's the duration of the TUP? I didn't see it anywhere in there.
Yeah, so duration of TUP is for 3 years.
That's just an automatic thing.
Yeah, it's a temporary use permit, 3 years,
Okay.
yeah.
Usually it's stated somewhere in the staff report. I just wanted to make sure. Okay, thank you.
Louis, I went out to look at the current banners, and what is the size of the current banners? They appear to be larger than 2 by 6 feet.
Yes, I believe these new banners are going to be larger. If Johanna can maybe address the size and.
No,
maybe
I mean the existing banners, they appear to be larger than 2x6.
Okay, let's see if Johanna's able to address that since he's more knowledgeable on the. size
Perhaps
of it.
before we open the public hearing, I think the 2 foot by 6 foot dimension that is cited in the staff report was for the original approval. I know that the banner program was extended administratively at least once. There may have been some changes. I know that the design has changed, so it's likely that as part of that redesign, the banner sizes were also enlarged. We can hear more from the applicant.
Oh, okay, why don't we wait until we get to the public hearing portion? Any questions, Commissioner Kellenberg?
Well, I think you answered it, and the reason we're here is because the previous permit has expired. And we're using that as an opportunity to refresh the program.
Yes, yes. The previous temporary use permit was part of the COVID-19 outdoor dining and displays program, and it was administratively approvable. So this is the first time it's going to the Planning Commission for review via like a standalone TUP outside of that program.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so that was the first time. Let's say that wasn't the first time, and this was the third extension. Or why would it need to come to Planning Commission? If there was no change in the banner size, in fact, there is a banner at Diamond Street that says, "Welcome to the HIP District." So in fact, it actually does extend to Diamond Street at this point. And if there's no change in the size, why couldn't the TUP be extended across the counter?
That is a limitation in the municipal code. So the zoning code limits the community development director's authority to granting temporary use permits up to 5 days in duration. Anything of a longer term would be subject to Planning Commission approval, not to exceed a 3-year period.
I assume also since there's a greater number, that might be material.
I would agree, Commissioner, yes.
Commissioner Goldman, do you have any questions?
No, I was actually going to make a comment on the number because that's why I thought we were approving it, because the number increased.
Okay, I will open the public hearing. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this? If so, please come forward.
Joe Hanauer, excuse me. Just to answer a couple of the questions, and there were actually 3 different sets of banners. I'm sorry, 2, and this will be the 3rd. There were the original ones were the 2x6. They ended up being too small. They ended up, excuse me, being replaced by what's there now, which is 2x10. So what you see there now and what's in your staff report is exactly the same size that's going forward. The increase in the numbers, initially the HIP district was from Thalia to Bluebird. And then because merchants further south, asked the city, lobbied council members, we were approached with the notion of extending the HIP district to Diamond, which we've done. So the 22 number, actually this gets a little complicated, was the number when the original group of banners was put up before the extension. And then on that second group of banners, that went on to Diamond. So it's the same neighborhood. The 22 number was the first set. 30 some, I think 31 or 32 is the second set, but there's a few more poles in between that could be added. So what's up there now, aside from those that the weather is taken down, I think there's 31 or 32 poles and it goes to 35.
Great, thanks for the clarification. Are there any other speakers on this item? Seeing none, back to the applicant team. If there's anything else you want to add? Okay, I will close the public hearing and we will go to commissioner comments and discussions. Commissioner Goldman, do you want to start?
Yeah, I mean, I'm supportive of these. I think the banners are great. I can make the findings. and support this.
Thank you. Commissioner Killenberg.
I agree. I think they're really great designs, really compelling and bright and cheerful and a little bit more interesting than the current ones. So I was hard to not be kind of for this.
Commissioner White.
Yeah, I think actually we should expand the program to other districts along Coast Highway. It really helps to identify a place, and it's not at all distracting when you're driving, but seems to just enliven the street a little bit. So I think it's a great program.
Commissioner Dubin.
Yeah, quickly, Louis, was there any of the shop owners, retail owners, businesses in that area? Would anybody raise their hand and say they weren't interested in this? That you know of?
Staff did not receive any notices in regards to opposition or anything for the project.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm all on board.
As I am, there's really nothing to add. It seems like it's a good program. It's working well, and I'm supportive. So if somebody would like to make a motion. Oh, and I just lastly, that I agree with, the assessment of the CEQA exemption for this particular application.
I move approval. I move that the Planning Commission adopt resolution attachment 1 to the staff report approving temporary use permit 25-0352 and coastal development permit 25-0353 and finding said action categorically exempt from CEQA.
I'll second.
A roll call, please.
Commissioner Goldman,
Yes.
Commissioner Whiten,
Yes.
Commissioner Dubin,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Kellenberg,
Yes.
Chair Sadler.
Yes. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Moving on to item 5.2. This is an application on 1536 Morningside Drive to find for general plan consistency of a easement request. Hi.
Thank you, Chair. I will be presenting this item on behalf of staff. Item 5.2 is a request for general plan consistency for an access easement across city-owned property for the benefit of 1536 Morningside Drive. In May of 2024, the Design Review Board approved a new single-family dwelling at 1536 Morningside. The plans presented to and approved by the board show driveway access across the city parcel. In part, the approval was contingent on the Planning Commission's approval of an indirect access variance across the city-owned parcel, and also required City Council approval of an access easement. The board's approval, I wanted to note, has been appealed to the City Council. Following the board's approval, this body, the Planning Commission, granted the access variance in November of last year. And here is a look at the site. In the left-hand image, we have the city property outlined in blue, which as you move from left to right, tapers to approximately a 5-foot width in the proposed driveway location, which is shown on the right-hand image shaded red. And the development property, 1536 Morningside, is the property outlined in red on the left-hand image. And again, that single-family project is subject to an appeal to the City Council. Before the City Council can consider granting an easement, state law requires that the Planning Commission find the grant of easement to be consistent with the general plan. The Planning Commission's evaluation of general plan consistency must consider the location, purpose, and extent of the easement. As indicated in your staff report this evening, staff does find that the proposed easement is consistent with the city's general plan. Your report provides an analysis of how this project does conform to the general plan, citing several policies in the open space and conservation element, landscape and scenic highways element, and other elements of the general plan. With the board's May 9th, 2024 action to approve the single-family project, it determined that the entirety of the project is categorically exempt from CEQA under the Class 3 exemption for new construction. As analyzed in the staff report, there is no need for a subsequent CEQA review in that there have been no project, no changed circumstances, and no new information that could not have previously been known. That will conclude the staff presentation. Staff is recommending that the Planning Commission adopt a resolution attached to your staff report, finding the grant of easement to be consistent with the general plan and finding said action exempt from CEQA. Thank you. I am available for questions.
Great. Thank you, Anthony. And before we begin, I just forgot to mention that Commissioner Whiten needed to recuse herself from this particular item because of a property ownership issue within 500 feet of this project. Okay. Are there any questions for staff?
Well, the only obvious question is why was this not included in the previous motion that we had last year? Why does it require two different hearings?
It's an excellent question, Commissioner. I wasn't involved in some of the discussions regarding the sequencing of the easement, the general plan consistency associated with the required easement, and the access variance that went to the Planning Commission late last year. So I probably don't have a great answer for you this evening. But before the council can take action on whether or not it grants the easement, the Planning Commission does need to first, as the city's planning agency, find whether or not such an easement would conform to the general plan.
Well, and there could be no granting of any easement if we hadn't made a finding for the variance, correct? So, I mean, one, I suppose maybe they could have been bundled together, but one had to happen before the other.
I would agree, Chair, and appreciate that comment. It's maybe one other thought that I would add to the conversation this evening is that the design review approval for the single family home was contingent on both the access variance and the easement being granted. There was a condition of approval that would nullify the design review approval for the single family project should either or both of those two things not take place.
Correct. And wasn't it also the case that one of the reasons why the city council didn't take up the appeal before all this came before us was that basically the whole project is contingent upon them getting these items, the variance and the easement. So I thought it was explained to us before that the feeling was why should the city go through the appeal process if the whole project could end up not going forward if they didn't get these items, correct?
Yes, I would agree, Chair. And for the city council hearing, which is the next stop for this applicant, I think it's in every interested party's best interest to have all items on the table at the same meeting so that everyone has a fair opportunity to comment on each aspect of this particular request, and that is staff's intent.
Okay, great.
So my second question is, and this is just confirming, this is a previously subdivided residential lot.
1536 Morningside, yes.
Yes, and it is in a residential zone.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Goldman, do you have any questions?
Yeah, I do have a question. Anthony, what was the basis of the appeal?
I don't happen to know the particulars of the grounds of the appeal, Commissioner.
Okay.
But the appeal was not for our last decision, but for the original design review approval of the project itself.
Yeah.
Right. So I believe, I'm not even sure if we had much discussion about that before, but anyway, Commissioner Dubin, do you have any questions?
No questions. I just want to make a quick disclosure that the applicant is a friend of mine.
Oh, okay. Any other disclosures?
No.
No, I have none. Commissioner Goldman, any disclosures?
Nope.
Okay. Okay. To the applicant.
Yeah. Hi there. Thanks for having me. Joe Cover. My son's back there. He enjoys the public process, wanted to be here as well, but he wouldn't sit up front with me. But yeah, no, I don't have any comments really. I think you guys had some valid questions. If you want me to talk anything about the appeal, I'm happy to do so. From what I remember, it was a long time ago. I think we're supposed to be going into city council fairly soon to discuss it. I think the way it was described to us was what you have mentioned is that we needed to get all these pieces in place, and consistency with the general plan was one of those pieces. And that's why we're back here. But we were here, as you noticed, just in November.
Great. Okay. Any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Goldman?
I mean, I
Okay.
guess maybe a real quick overview of what the appeal was.
Yeah, sure. So we've got that whole section up there is basically 4 lots that is now through subdivision turning into a few more. Ours, we have not done an extra subdivision. We're just keeping the same lot that we had purchased. The appellant that's behind us, or I guess it would be to the east of us, was claiming a potential view blockage challenge mainly, and then the applicant to the south of us was suggesting a potential privacy challenge with what they were considering to build, and then also possible breach of the process because we didn't have access to that point in time through design review board. But that's also what we're kind of dealing with planning commission that you guys have voted on in the past and now we'll vote on tonight. So I think that portion of the appeal will be addressed through these proceedings. And then ultimately it's just, I think, mostly the privacy issue as well as a view blockage potential issue that city council will have to hear.
Okay, so the appeal has nothing to do with the access or the easement.
No, sir, except for the fact that there was potential process differential between
Right.
when that should have happened compared to when
Right.
DRB would have happened. Mhm.
Right. Okay, thanks.
Got it.
Great. Okay. I will.
A question for council. I mean, it's my understanding that none of these issues related to views and privacy, those are not within the purview of the planning commission tonight.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Okay, I will open the public hearing. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this item? None? Okay, I will go back to the applicant. There's anything else you want to add?
Nope, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, I'll close the public hearing and we'll go to commissioner comments, discussion. Commissioner Dubin, do you want to start?
Yeah, I can make the findings for the general plan consistency as well as the findings not requiring a CDP as a section. Does not constitute any development, and there's no further CEQA action.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Kellenberg.
Yeah, we've kind of gone through all of this, all the issues, several months ago, and I think we came to the conclusion at that point that this is a reasonable request. I don't know why we should change direction at this point, and I think the issues related to the general plan are probably easier than we had in the first round. So I'm supportive.
Commissioner Goldman.
I'm supportive as well, particularly since it's our task at hand tonight is specifically with the easement. And I can make the finding as well overall.
Great, thank you. And I agree with that as well. I think during our previous discussion about granting the variance for the indirect access, we were raising some questions about that foresaw what was going to be coming before us tonight. And when we're supposed to be finding for this general plan consistency, particularly regarding city properties, there's always a question about if the city is either acquiring or disposing of property, is that in any way, well, in this case where it's disposing of a portion of city property, is it in any way going to hamper any future development that the city may want to do? And we specifically asked those questions at the last meeting, got assurances from the Public Works Department that there were no current plans to do any kind of road expansion or anything else in this area, and really was prohibited because of other adjacent construction that had happened in the interim. So I think we've already answered that question. So I agree that we can make the findings for the general plan consistency. And if somebody would like to make a motion for that.
Sure. I'll move that we adopt resolution finding the proposed grant of easement to the property owner of 1536 Morningside Drive for access across city property identified as APN 644-321-05 is consistent with the city general plan, and finding said action exempt from CEQA.
A second.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Goldman,
Yes.
Commissioner Dubin,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Kellenberg,
Yes.
Chair Sadler.
Yes. Okay. Motion passes unanimously with Commissioner Whiten being recused. Thank you. We'll wait a moment for Commissioner Whiten to be located and return. All right, item 5.3 is a request for a conditional use permit at 207 Ocean Avenue for, the applicant is the Chakra Shack. And our planning technician, Sarah Olson, will be presenting this item for us tonight. Sarah.
Thank you, Chair, and good evening, members of the Planning Commission. Item 5.3 is request for approval of a conditional use permit for the Shocker Shack. The subject property is located at 207 Ocean Avenue and at an existing multi-tenant commercial building with frontage along Ocean Avenue and South Coast Highway. The primary anchor suite is the subject vacant space fronting Ocean Avenue and is approximately 1,428 square feet in size. The proposed business of the Shocker Shack has previously operated out of 976 South Coast Highway within the HIP district of the C1 zone. The applicant is requesting approval of a conditional use permit that would offer personal services in conjunction with a retail business within the visitor commercial district of the downtown specific plan area. The personal services include but are not limited to aura photography, intuitive readings, Reiki, mediumship, astrology, and small group workshops. The personal services would be on a walk-in and appointment basis, and the hours of operation would be 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. daily with potential shortened hours based on seasonal demand. The parking requirement has been satisfied by the prior use of a retail business, and the downtown specific plan's blended parking rate of 3 spaces per 1,000 square feet of floor area satisfies the personal service use of the business. The proposed floor plan includes 2 personal service rooms toward the rear of the suite, and the front of the suite will be dedicated to the display and retail items. The proposed tenant improvements are limited to the interior, which include installing small partitions to create one of the personal service areas. Overall, staff has found the project to be consistent with the conditional use permit findings and the downtown specific plan, and recommends that the Planning Commission adopt the attached resolution approving the conditional use permit and finding said action exempt from CEQA. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Sarah. Are there any commissioner disclosures on this item? I've seen them. Commissioner Goldman.
No disclosure. Did you move the question?
Yeah, do you have any questions? Well,
Yeah,
disclosure first, but do you have a question? Go ahead.
Yeah, I have no disclosures and I do have a question. Why does this come before us? Is this a change of use from the prior use?
Yes, so the prior use was a retail store, but the applicant is adding a personal service element, which is required by the downtown specific plan to receive a conditional use permit.
Okay, so it's the personal use element itself that really what we're deliberating on.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Kellenberg, any questions?
I understand the 3 per 1,000 and how it's not inconsistent, but as we have groups gathering and there's 2 rooms, and if both rooms were gathering at the same time, at what point does it cross over into being an event in which the event would have an additional parking requirement?
So we have added a condition of approval to limit groups to 10 people. If they were to exceed 10, they could perhaps apply for a director level temporary use permit.
And the staff is comfortable that 10 plus staff there is still a reasonable number relative to the parking requirement.
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Whiten, any questions?
No, I had the same question as Commissioner Goldman.
So at this time, they're not requesting any signage or sign permit?
Not at this time, but the applicant is planning to do so.
And would that happen administratively if it falls within the constraints of the sign program and the DSP?
If the letter height does not exceed 8 inches, then it can be approved administratively.
Okay. And there's no exterior changes, paint color, and nothing like that?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, is the applicant here? You can either come to the table and sit down or either place, wherever you're more comfortable. If you could just give us your name to start. There's a button on there.
Hi, I'm Jill Templin. I've had my business here almost 23 years now. We're downtown, and I am really looking forward to moving back. I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous. I'm looking forward to moving back there. We started downtown in the beginning, and it's been a lot to move, and the staff has been so helpful in the city, and I just love being in Laguna Beach, so I'm really hoping to make this work. Services is a huge part of my business, so I want to continue with that.
Okay, great. Are there any questions for the applicant?
Just curious, is your current location, you have a current location now that's
Yes.
active? And do you have the same type of group activities in
I mean, currently we only have one meditation class that meets at 9 a.m. that maxes out at about 6 people. So
Mhm.
the large groups coming together, that's not really a thing. And in this space, there would only even be one of the rooms that could even hold a maximum of 10 people. The other room is just going to be a one-on-one service.
And this has been a going concern with this type of activity for a couple of decades.
Wait, but what's your question?
I mean, you've been doing this, you said, for
Yeah, I've
20
been
some.
doing this for a long time.
Yeah.
I like to offer meditation in the morning. That's at 9 a.m. So I
Mhm.
don't know, that's the only thing we have going on right there. We've had a tarot class from time to time. That's, ends up being about 5 people. So it's not large groups gathering. It just gives, vacationers and people a little extra thing to do and introduces them to our service providers. But it's not usually like large. And there's only one room that you could even hold more than 2 people, like I said, and it's not gonna hold that many.
Okay, thanks.
I know you've moved around town you were in North Laguna at one.
Goldilocks.
Yeah.
This seems just right after my 23 years of experience.
Yeah. So this is not a second location then,
No, this is not a second location.
right? Thank you.
I forgot. Did I already ask Commissioner Whiten?
What is mediumship?
We don't currently have that, but that would be where people would talk to deceased loved ones, like kind of, psychically. We don't currently have a medium right now, but, it'd be like along the lines of palmistry, astrology. It's just a different type of intuitive service.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Goldman, did I ever ask you if you had questions?
I have no questions.
Okay. Okay, I will open the public hearing. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this item? Oh, everybody must be here for something else. Okay. All right, I will close the public hearing and we will go to Commissioner discussion. Commissioner Whiten, would you like to begin?
Sure. Yeah, I support this project. I think it will hopefully bring some activity to Ocean Avenue. Personal services are somewhat low in their offering downtown. And you're an established business in Laguna, so people will be happy that you're still here and offering services. I can make all the findings, and I'm happy to support the project.
Commissioner Dubin.
Yeah, I feel the same way. I know that, recently when I've been coming out of the Rivian Theater on a Thursday or something, I noticed, that there's at least 4 or 5 retail and restaurant spaces on Lower Forest. keep saying that, Lower Ocean that are currently vacant. So I'm really happy to see something going in where Ario used to be and reactivate that part of Ocean Avenue, and hopefully, you know, other businesses will follow suit so that we can fill some spaces down there. So I'm very supportive of this.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Kellenberg.
Yeah, I agree with all that's been said. It's good to see somebody move in there, and I think it adds some interest and flavor to the area as well. Thank you.
Commissioner Goldman.
Yeah, I agree as well. It's a whole lot better than vacant space, and it's very encouraging, as Commissioner Whiten had said, to have an existing business in town move over. So there's less likelihood that it will change again.
Thank you. And I agree as well. I can make the findings for the conditional use permit. I agree with the CEQA exemption, and hopeful that this will be a step into trying to get that section of Ocean Avenue a little bit more revitalized. I know that there's plans for the former cleaner building to be, as in, you know, discussions with the Rivian to take over that space. The empty restaurant space across the street from you has people working on it right now. They claim that they're shooting to be open by May. So that's looking good. So I'm hopeful that that things are happening in that area. So I'm supportive as well. And would somebody make a motion, please?
Yeah. Oh,
Go ahead.
quit hogging up all the motions. I move adopt a resolution approving conditional use permit 25-0482 and finding said action exempt from CEQA.
Second.
A roll call, please.
Commissioner Goldman,
Yes.
Commissioner Whiten,
Yes.
Commissioner Dubin,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Kellenberg,
Yes.
Chair Sadler.
Yes. Okay, motion passes unanimously. Congratulations and good luck on your new location. Everybody good to go? Nobody needs a break or anything, right? Okay. All right, we'll be moving on to item 5.4. This is a request for a design review and for coastal development permit. The applicant is the City of Laguna Beach, and this pertains to the Lower Forest Avenue project known as what? The Forest Promenade. Is that what we're referring to it now? I forgot. Okay. Louis, whenever you're ready.
Good evening again, Chair and members of the Planning Commission, Louis Loxa, Community Development Department. It's my pleasure to present this time item 5.4, consideration design review 250319 and coastal development permit 250318 related to the Promenade Forest project, or Forest project as we're referring to it now. A little bit of background. Today, the Promenade is a pedestrian plaza in the downtown, providing a mix of uses, including outdoor dining, shopping, and community gathering. The Promenade was created by the City Council in 2020 in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. And in 2021, the City Council directed staff to solicit proposals for design and entitlement to convert the Promenade to a fully pedestrian installation. Most recently, on February 4th, during a joint meeting, the City Council reaffirmed the Promenade Forest project as a fully pedestrian plaza, and previous affirming votes by the City Council at public meetings are on the slide before you. I believe that was a total of 7 meetings where the City Council, city councils, because there's different councils that throughout the years have provided direction to staff to move forward on the entitlement process for the Promenade. Also, the project has gone through 2 reviews in regards to design conceptions. The first review, which was managed by the Public Works Department, consisted of 2 public workshops, the first on September 22nd, 2023, and the second on May 17, 2023. And then most recently, the City Council, for the second round of review and outreach for the project, appointed a City Council ad hoc committee for the project, and the ad hoc committee collaborated with the community, residents, and staff and consultants on the project, and they had developed a strategy for advancing the project, integrating public engagement strategies and feedback from the community. And the committee engaged SWA, a local firm, as the project's design consultant. The project team consists of the City Council Ad hoc Committee, 2 council members, SWA, and focus groups. The 5 focus groups consist of residents, retailers in the Promenade project area, restaurants in the project area, and then members of the art community and architects. As a result, the ad hoc committee engaged in a robust outreach efforts over the past 10, 11 months, which included the use of the various focus groups, and their feedback informed the project design. Around 12 focus group meetings were held, upwards to 2 and 3 per focus group. And once again, this consists of property owners and businesses on the Promenade. They participated in the focus groups. And I believe the picture before you shows 2 business owners in the Promenade area and 1 property owner. So right there on the slide, as you can see there, right over watching SWA present the latest conceptual design during that focus group meeting. So these outreach efforts satisfied the Slow Streets program component of the project and afforded a fully informed design component. And now I'll turn it to SWA to present the project design that's up for approval tonight. And they'll also cover the deferred items that were mentioned at the previous Planning Commission meeting. And then once SWA has completed their presentation, they'll kick it back to me to wrap up the presentation to talk about the entitlement findings, the SEQA review, and then that will conclude staff's presentation. So with that, I'm going to pass it over to Sean, and then we'll switch to the design presentation.
Hi, I'm Sean O'Malley from SWA. Good to see you all again. We'll go to the next slide, Louis. So this first slide you'll see is a plan from our 2/26 meeting, the last time we met. And you had a series of comments. Why don't you go to the next slide, Louis? And those comments really responded to the site plan that was submitted before you. And so what we're going to do is walk through, first of all, kind of the framework update summary, which really revolves around those initial comments. And then we'll take a look at the current site plan, the changes we've made, and then respond to some of this, highlight some of the decisions that we have to make this evening. And we'll walk through those with you. So we'll go to the next slide here. This was the last plan that you saw. And you can see the existing trees, kind of the lighter, just for those in the audience, as you see the existing trees on the north side of Forest in the lighter shade of green, and then some proposed trees, which are a little bit brighter green along the south, mainly along the south side of Forest. One kind of paving predominantly throughout, and we'll talk about that this evening. And also another kind of paving, which is a softer paving, a porous paving that we have some examples here on the floor that you've all looked at, and we'll talk about that as well. So this is what we previously saw. And there were some comments. Why don't you go to the next slide? But basically talked about, number one, increasing the amount of trees that we were showing previously. So if you go to the previous plan and this plan, you'll see some additional trees along, predominantly on the south side of Forest. Increasing some of the communal seating in the middle, and looking at the 15-foot walkway that's currently there, that's designated by the basically a drainage line between the central area of the promenade itself and the area against the buildings, and also looking at some of the style decisions and integrated types of the tree grates and so forth, and some of the seating. So in the meantime, we submitted, as a part of the formal process, AutoCAD drawings, which are essentially these black and white site plans as part of the process submittal with the city of Laguna Beach. And that's just an example of that package that was submitted, both identifying the paving material and the landscape as currently noted, some of those details. And we could see some of those details in terms of this material board that was a part of that submittal as well, from paving, building upon, of course, the strength of Laguna Beach, including the paving materials, the crazy quilt, some of the seating elements such as the Adirondacs that sit up a little higher, the dining furniture, the idea of the benches, simple material, the tree grates themselves, park benches that have backs on them that are comfortable to sit on, some of the pots, the raised deck for the stage areas, and then an idea about the lighting itself. And the planting, again, this is all part of that process of submitting to the City of Laguna Beach the plant palette that we're proposing. Again, building on the strength of place, the garden character of Laguna, and trying to really bring that to the fore and celebrate that, not only in the existing tree species, but dominated by the silver dollar gum, but also, of course, some of the beautiful grassy plant material, the succulents, and the color of our gardens. So now I'm going to hand it over to Evan Lee, who will touch on some of the deferral items from 226. And these are decision points that I think we need to address this evening.
There's two kind of categories of decision points that were deferred based on the last workshop. One of them being from the arborist, any decisions that has to do with the trees that are pending an arborist report, which we have now received after that workshop. We're going to start off by talking about arborist recommendations, and we're going to have other design studies that look at the some of the issues that were also deferred, such as the ficus tree at both ends of Lower Forest, the integration of an oak tree, which was decided on last workshop, the tree grate size and walkway width along the retail storefronts. Second category being the hardscape mockups, which were a primary deferral item from last time, which you see before you and you've likely already have seen at the Public Works lot. So we'll be going into both either the soft material being either DG or gravel, and what specific color is the preferred option, and the same thing with the brick. So this is a quick diagram based on kind of a graphic representation of the arborist report. So outlined in red are recommendations from the arborist to remove due to a public safety risk. I'm sure that the arborist report is made available, but quickly going into this, I'll follow up this slide. And the yellow indicated are recommendations again from the arborist that exhibit signs of stress and decline and indicate potential construction intolerance or risk. So those are those trees that we've kind of noted. This is a slide that we presented before. In our initial recommendations, L and T were to be removed due to kind of poor health and kind of visual stress. So again, here, C and L are recommended for removal. Tree number C is noted as internal damage and heartwood decay through a tomograph that the arborist report includes. And H, I, and T all have been indicated by the arborist as potential risks during construction. You want to go into this, or?
Yeah, sure. So we're also asked to look at, by the Planning Commission, the idea about the ficus trees that are kind of at bookends. There's a couple ficus trees at each end of Forest. This is a view from PCH now looking down Forest Avenue. And you can see these two existing ficus trees that are kind of that darker green color, beautiful kind of a canopy shape. One of the issues with these existing ficus trees I want to point out is the lack of visibility that they create to the retail itself. As a designer, when we drive down PCH specifically, that window into Forest is extremely important to see. And those trees tend, more so than eucalyptus, they tend to kind of block that visibility. So that's something we were asked to look at, some options. So let's take a look. So this was a first generated coming up here. Here we go. View of those two ficus trees. Now you can see kind of trimmed up and limbed out to increase the visibility into the retail facades of those buildings, which we think is very, very important. Keeping those trees in this particular scenario, and you can see in blue color are the adjoining eucalyptus and proposed eucalyptus that we're replanting out front to replace the one that's currently leaning and kind of stunted in growth on the left side. And now you can start to see the, the seating areas beyond that and so forth. And it really kind of helps open that area up a little bit. Next slide. This next image is what it would look like if we were to remove those 2 ficus trees and replace with the silver dollar gums, which would, it does a number of good things for the retailer. I think it does increase the visibility even more so because it's a thinner kind of a tree and is more transparent. And secondly, I think it reinforces the character of that space in a stronger kind of a way. Forest being Forest Avenue, named after these specific eucalyptus trees. So just wanted to put that in front of the commission here this evening as one of our decision points. We have a few more slides to look at as well. Okay, now we're going to do the same at the other end of Forest Avenue, where Glen Eyrie meets Forest. Of course, this is the existing condition. You see some beautiful, very tall eucalyptus trees, both left and right, quite size and stature. They look bigger here than in person when you're out there on the ground. And you could also see 2 smaller ficus trees underneath those larger eucalyptus, both left and right. You see that darker green color that's underneath those eucalyptus trees. Next slide. So this next slide, you'll see those existing ficus kind of limbed out a little bit. The one on the left, probably not so much because it's already kind of thin. The one on the right, I think, was more a little more dense. So kind of limbing that out just to increase that visibility to the retail facades. You can see the gardens again that we have already planned at the ends of Forest to help protect the pedestrian environment inside. Okay, then there's a next slide where the trees, those 2 ficus are removed entirely. We did not replace them with any new trees because the existing eucalyptus are literally feet away from those trunks. And so we didn't feel necessary to add any more trees in this particular scenario if we were to remove those ficus. We have more to look at. And we're going to now walk towards close towards the center of Forest. This is that main porous paving area, which we'll decide what paving we're going to use here in a moment. But where we're suggesting perhaps an oak tree in that location of that corner. You see that far corner, that's a specimen oak that will be brought in at a very large size. Perhaps, added with the lanterns and lighting that we talked about last time. That's what that could look like. We also wanted to put before you this evening the idea of using a eucalyptus, again, to increase the transparency, knowing that the oak, although a beautiful tree and of the area, obviously, it is a little denser in terms of its foliage character. So the idea of having a lighter tree such as the eucalyptus in its place, just so you can kind of see what that might look like. And that's the decision point also this evening. Now I'm going to continue to go right and launch into other details, and we can probably get to the end of our presentation and then go through all these decision points one at a time, right, Louis? Okay. This next slide is a detail that is very important to us because for the health of the existing trees, number one, we want to maximize the tree grate size. This is a 6 by 6 foot tree grate. And number two, maximize the actual cantilevered area over that existing root ball mass as much as we can. And we can do so with this kind of red dashed line, which we call a bridge plate extension. So essentially the tree grate and the brick in that area has a very thin profile, no more than about an inch and a half, such as these mock-up boards, and it's resting on a grate, kind of what we call a bridge plate that lifts it off the ground, at least 2 inches air gap between that plate, the bottom of the plate and the soil to allow air to migrate even beneath the brick, within that brick area that's outlined in a dash. And the intent is that, that would be seamless on how that brick comes over the top of that bridge plate. The actual tree grate itself can be lifted out for maintenance purposes around the base of the tree as necessary, because the weight of the grate itself will hold it in place upon that rack. And I think we've outlined and this plan, it's hard to see, but there's kind of a dash line roughly 10 feet square around the existing trees to create that bridge plate over the top of the existing soil. And this actually would increase the amount of soil exposed to the air that we currently have today, which is literally only a 4-by-4-foot area at the base of those trunks. It's extremely constrained. And so we're actually bettering the conditions per the arborist recommendations as much as we can for the existing trees as we move forward.
Looking at this particular exhibit, we explored expanding the walkway width. So in prior iterations, we had a 15-foot walkable space along the retail to where that trench grate is. This study looks at exploring if we can go any further. We've kind of just thrown out 17 feet here. I do want to note that as we get further out, as a walkable width along these buildings, the center portion gets narrower. And the cause of that reduces the amount of planter pots and kind of the circulation routes. So there's kind of a point of diminishing returns as we expand that walkway width.
So yeah, obviously it gets a little tighter in that center point now. So, you know, between the cluster of dining tables and the trees on the south side of Forest there, from left to right, it's getting a little tighter. And so we removed a couple of the pots, which were protecting and kind of identifying those dining areas previously. That's just the, you know, what would have to be done, I think, to make that work. But so now we're seeing on the top, the idea of currently in our plans, we're showing what's called a 15-foot walkway between the face of the building and the trench grate. This was that dark brown line in style and color to match the tree grate. So it's all kind of a consistent material. And then on the bottom is a 17-foot. And so what the 17-foot does, it does allow for a little more room between the tree grate and the trench drain on the left-hand side to move around. But again, just note that you can walk across the tree grates. Sometimes psychologically, people tend to avoid them, but they're designed such that even a lady in heels can, you know, traverse successfully across the top. So, yeah, or a man, that's correct. So, all right. Now we're going to go to some of the paving options, some of the porous paving options. And before you, I think you may have seen this already at the yards, at the public yard as a mock-up. On the left-hand side, we have different versions of decomposed granite, and on the right-hand side, we have different versions of more of a pebble material, a little more looser, coarser material. I want to note that the decomposed granite versions here, although they are loose, you know, when you kind of put your fingers in there and move it around, in actuality, that'll be very compacted, almost, you know, like this carpet right here with some fines on top of it. The DG compacts extremely well because it has a clay as a natural binder in that material. So even though it appears loose today, that's not actually, in reality, what's going to happen with that as we tamp it down, add moisture, and roll it. At the top end there, closest to you, is an oyster shell idea. That is a little more loose, won't be as compacted as the decomposed granite because it doesn't have as much clay. So it'll have a little more loose material on top, you know, that shell material, which was a suggestion by the commission last we met. I thought it was interesting because it kind of brings a little bit of that ocean, you know, into Forest. But just be aware of that. Then the other two are just have to deal with different coloration, a darker or more medium color. Again, these colors are much brighter when you're in the sun outside, much more reflective, and not, you know, don't appear as dark when you're outside. On the right-hand side, the different pebble options. Anything, Evan, you want to add to those pebble options?
The current applications that you see here in the mock-ups don't represent the kind of sturdiness or the interlocking quality that would be implemented if the gravel was a selected medium. We would be recommending having a geogrid underneath that would be hidden from view and requires a certain amount of depth to make that, but it would lock the pavers or the gravel in place with a more refined notion than if these were stepped on out at the yard.
The one closest to you at the top here is called California Gold, and that's a California Gold pebble, which is closer to color as a decomposed granite in the center point as well, with the other gravels being more coarse in their material. Yeah. All right. Now we're going to talk about essentially the main paving field of Forest, which is extremely important to get that right. Throughout this process, we learned that really, Laguna Beach has the answers right in front of us, whether it's the trees, the details, the material, in this case, the paving material. And if you go in front of Tuvalu, on the upper left, is a picture of a herringbone pattern of brick from in front of that store, including some of the stamps and so forth, and the imperfections of that brick, that kind of tumbled nature of that brick. And on the right, it's kind of a larger picture of one of our mock-ups kind of laid over the top, a little smaller version of the brick, actually. But the intent is really show the organic quality of that material that we're really attracted to. And we would like to simply build on what's there today. This is a piece of paving that's already exists on Forest in front of that establishment, and to really bring that out as our carpet, that brings the space together. It's simple, it's clean, and it, makes the space look larger when you kind of keep it simple in that regard, and provide that flexibility. And also, most importantly, the organic quality we're after. So it's called a smeared mortar joint that you see there, and the brick is tumbled to get that kind of those to nick the edges, and that's all good. That's all good stuff, and even includes some stamps in some of the bricks. So we essentially want to recreate that and as our main paving field. And that mock-up would be the one closest to me right here. Yeah. And the others deal with different sizes of brick, either smaller or larger, and include some more earth tones than what you're seeing up there. And that mock-up would be the one on the upper left that's closest to the Tuvalu existing material. But again, the joints could vary from ½ inch and then with more of a smear. It is an art installation, we think. And so when we install this, we would first do a larger mock-up in the field for final approval by the group. To get it right, because essentially it's an art form to do this just exactly the way we want it to have happen and executed.
Okay, thank you for your review. That concludes our side of the presentation.
Great. Thank you so much for that. Do you want to go to Commissioner?
So just a couple more comments from staff on this. So thank you, Sean and Evan, for the presentation. So staff has analyzed the project and believes that all the findings of fact are necessary for approval for the two entitlements, the design review and the coastal development permit. We have received some comments from members of the public, and we appreciate members of the public. So we did want to address those comments in regards to CEQA, in regards to how the project is in conformity with the Downtown Pacific Plan. So team effort here from staff. We're just going to provide additional remarks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lacasella, Mr. Chair. So specifically, the public comments which I wanted to address currently before are the assertions that the city cannot use a categorical exemption because there would be impacts to historical resources, and thus the exception to the exemption found in the CEQA guidelines would apply. And then secondly, that the city cannot prematurely make a CEQA determination when the city council has not yet had its second reading of the Slow Streets program. So addressing the former, the city is not relying on a categorical exemption. It is using a statutory exemption. Those two things are different. The exceptions to the exemptions found in the aforementioned CEQA guidelines do not apply to statutory exemptions. In fact, statutory exemptions are those specifically carved out by our legislator to lift the burden of the environmental review from specified classes of projects which the city believes qualifies here. Limiting a statutory exemption to projects that will not adversely affect the environment would potentially defeat the entire purpose of said statutory exemption. Further, the commenter has not explained why the statutory exemption does not fit here, nor has any evidence been provided to explain how or why the Promenade project would have a substantial adverse effect on historical resources or scenic resources. Addressing the timing issue, CEQA is crystal clear. It applies at the earliest commitment to an issue, not in the middle, not at the end, the earliest. The city has properly done this by making its CEQA determination when the city council conducted its first reading of the ordinance, which was the city's commitment to a definitive course of action on this project Of course, if the council later decides not to approve that ordinance, or if subsequent entitlements are not issued or approved for some reason, then the project would not move forward, rendering the CEQA determination tonight entirely moot. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
So if I could ask, so what does qualify this for a statutory exemption?
Go ahead.
Thanks for the question, Commissioner. The city is relying on a statutory exemption, as City Attorney mentioned, related to a legislative act to incorporate this new statutory exemption. It's essentially categorized as a sustainable transportation project. There are several criteria that such a project needs to meet, and the staff report before you provides an analysis for how the project meets those qualifications.
Perfect. Specifically, it's Public Resources Code, section 21080.25B1. And then, as Anthony mentioned, there are criteria and factors which staff believes are met here.
Are there any exceptions to statutory exemptions?
Specifically for this one, no, not to my knowledge. I'm not familiar with every single statutory exemption ever granted by the legislator, so I don't want to say unequivocally. However, those typical exceptions to the categorical exemptions and found in 15300.2 do not apply to here.
Okay. Louis?
Yeah, just a couple additional comments. I know city attorney staff, I know we're giving out a lot of information just to help the public understand. For this particular project, we hired an outside Concito consultant that does this for a living. They provided us a report. We've attached it to city reports that have been taken before the city council. So outside consultant has looked at it, and also in consultation and review by the city attorney's office as well. So we've conducted our review for CEQA.
Great, thank you. Are there any additional questions of staff at this point? Any commissioners?
I've got a few.
Okay, Commissioner Dubin.
This is just probably an oversight on page 4 of the staff report. Under key features, it says that the trench drains are 15 feet wide, and I think they were supposed to be 15 inches wide. Is that? I know they're not 15 feet wide, so. That's just a clerical error, I'm assuming. Am I assuming right that there's 15 inches versus 15 feet?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I thought. Let's see here. Oh, I wanted to ask you about getting back to the ABC. Have they confirmed that the bollard barricade for the entire street is going to be sufficient? Or have they fully answered that question yet?
We haven't received official approval from them, but in our meetings, that seems adequate for the project and what they're looking for it.
Okay, because I know they were still thinking about it, but I just wanted to reaffirm that they've actually signed off on that.
Yeah, they provided us some information that the ballers were needed, signage would be needed in 3 different locations. Official approval hasn't been given, but in all indications, if we follow the guidelines and work with them on there, we should be good, and we have options for that.
And as far as the arborist report, when I read through that, there seemed to be, quite a number of trees that had some issues from leaning, cracks, other various wounds. And the question is, opening up the space, and maybe this is for Sean, the space around with the larger grates, will that improve their health and stabilize them from falling over?
There's no guarantees, just like a surgeon would say when, with an existing human being. So the trees are the same thing. Well, all we can do is best practice. And that's what I think we are doing very much so in this case. The idea of the bridge plate and trying to lift more of the paving off of the soil and let that tree breathe a little bit, I think is the best that we can do at this point. But there's certainly no guarantees because a tree is, grows and dies. And,
right. Because there's a couple that look like they're leaning pretty substantially. Are they doomed? would you say, or?
We did have, on that arborist report, there is a few trees identified as, Evan, how they describe it?
Intolerance to construction.
Okay. Aren't we all?
Now, again, best practice, what can we do is have backup trees in their place, ready to install ASAP.
Okay.
So, yeah.
On the PCH end of the project, I know we have the Marlo Bartels cubes out there currently, and also Larry Gill's wave sculptures. Are those going to be maintained in place, or are temporarily moved and then put back? Or do we even know that yet? I mean, they've been features down there for a long time, so they're.
Yeah, I would defer that to the commission, but I think we could certainly keep any of those sculptures in place. The Marlowe cubes were intended to be relocated in another part of the village.
Oh.
Yeah. So because in the place of the bollards and the
Oh, I see. Okay.
and the gardens at each end.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there any real advantage to fully removing the ficus trees, or at least trimming them up? I know that there's been discussion as to potentially replacing them with all silver dollar eucalyptus trees or whatever. But is there is it just a more matter of choice, or is there an actual advantage to removing those ficus trees?
Well, from I mentioned the visibility, of course, being an advantage of the eucalyptus over the ficus. The other advantage I did not mention previously was the root system of the ficus is more invasive and over time can impact water lines and sewer lines. And we've had to face those issues all the time, both here in Laguna and other cities, what we're doing with ficus trees. They're beautiful trees. We use them in our parks and so forth when they got the room. But in a very tight urban situation like this, it's really not recommended. But the eucalyptus has more of a taproot, and that it's going down, not horizontally as much.
Okay. And referring to the tree grates, I know the image that you showed had the grate looking pretty tight around the trunk of the tree. And I know that's probably not the case, but I mean, as the tree does age and get bigger, is there how do you adjust the grates?
They have removable rings, actually.
Oh, okay.
Adjustable. So yeah, it's installed to within a few inches of the existing trunk, as close as we can get it.
Right.
For safety reasons, and then those rings can be taken out as the tree expands and gets older.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Commissioner White.
Yeah, regarding the width of the sidewalk, where are you increasing the width? Are you increasing it at the storefront side? Or are you splitting the difference, or?
The storefront side, from the storefront to the trench drain. Right now in the plan, it's currently shown at 15 feet. And then we showed an option of extending it to 17, just to visually, increase that kind of walk around on the outboard side of the tree.
So that would mean what is the distance between the storefronts wiggle around, but what is the typical?
Typical would be 17 in the larger version.
No, I guess I'm not being clear. What is the dimension between the face of the storefront and the edge of the tree grate, the brick section?
Okay. Evan?
Average is 5 feet as it exists right now, 5.5 to 5 feet.
So it would be 7 feet.
It'd be the same because the trees will remain in place, and it's on the outboard side.
It is on the outboard side. Right. Okay.
Yeah. The outboard side
And
just gets
you're
wider.
not looking at rectangular tree grates?
We talked about that. We can certainly, there would be a custom tree grate design. Visually, we thought that the square was simpler and accomplishes what we need to accomplish in terms of getting air circulation into the tree at a 6-foot square, and combined with lifting the rest of the paving off of the soil. Go ahead, Evan.
Yeah, I was just gonna say with the bridging plate design that we're trying to do with more air getting underneath outside of the tree grate increasing in size doesn't do that much. It's more visual and it's more cost.
And so the size of the bridge grates are what?
10 by 10.
Okay.
Bridge plate. We want to get the edge of that bridge plate as far away from the existing tree trunk as possible. We don't, because essentially you have a deepened concrete footing at that location that you're attaching that rack into the side of. And that footing will be dug down and, it would disturb any roots in that area. So we want to minimize that disturbance as much as we can, but also be cognizant of not getting too close to the face of the building itself. So we thought the 10 by 10 is a pretty large area.
That's also subject to increase based on arborists once we bring them back in during the detailing process.
Yeah. What, on some of these details, can you talk about the special feature, the fountain with the changeable art platform?
Certainly, yeah. Yeah, we have a small rendering prepared of that, the base of that we can share with you this evening if you want to see that. But the idea is it's a base that is always there. That includes the fountain itself, which is a simple spout. And the water goes into a grate so there's no standing pool of water that anybody can access. It's just a stream of water and the sound of that going through the grate and hitting that pool of water underneath the grate. And then on top of that, that pedestal feature is the interchangeable art piece. It could be a Marlowe, a larger version of those Marlowe cubes, essentially, a thinner kind of a column, maybe taller than what currently showing here, of course. And that base would be, in this case, it's a terracotta tile in color to match the brick in the distance there. And then it has a base, a band around the base to kind of separate it for handicap accessibility in the porous paving area.
Okay, and you're not, this would be part of the construction package.
Yes.
This would not be designed by the artist. or
Correct.
an
This
artist.
this piece is part of the construction package. And the artist would be involved in the actual column piece that goes on top of this pedestal mount.
Okay.
Yeah.
The umbrellas, what you show in your materials board and what's shown in the renderings, the sketches are two different types of umbrellas. Which one is it? The sketch shows a arm umbrella and the materials board show the sleeves directly into the pavement.
It would be based on the material board, the sleeve.
Okay. Could you talk, it looks to me with the changes that are recommended by Dudek regarding removal of trees, and also the 3 trees that are stressed and may not survive the construction, in spite of all of their best practices, which means probably added construction costs for hand removal of the sidewalks and so forth, because you can't have machinery around those root balls, and the requirement to fence off the trees and so forth. But how many trees are being either removed or proposed to be changed out? How many are recommended to be removed? It's 2 or 5? And of the additional 3 that are stressed out, are those being shown as replaced in your plan? It looks as though there are a total number of 10 trees that are new trees.
Correct. In the submitted plans, we have 10 new trees. 1 of them is being directly replaced. Tree that we've noted per the arborist report isn't shown as being replaced in our plans per decision tonight, but
That's the C?
that's C, yeah.
Yeah.
But I think L was what we previously talked about being removed, just due to poor health. That was also agreed by the arborist, so that one's shown as being removed and replaced. And there's 9 additional new trees being planted.
So L and C, right, are the 2 trees that would be removed.
C is being removed?
C's for discussion for tonight for determination.
Okay. All right. But I believe that had what was the co-dominant, there were some very specific reasons. It had tomography showed that that was not a healthy tree.
Yes, correct. And per the arborist report, a very serious safety issue
Yeah.
of a limb falling on someone.
Okay. How did you size the trench drains? How did you, did you have a hydrologist advise you or an engineer advise you about that width and the depth of the trench underneath the drain? Is that designed to accommodate a 100-year storm?
I think probably Louis can update this further, but there's a pending hydrologist report that still needs to be produced.
So that will be revised pending the
The
report.
depth of the grade could be of the trench drain can be revised based on that. However, the width of 12 inches was coordinated between us and Public Works just to get ease of access into it. That was the only constraint so far.
Yeah, they thought that was plenty right now. But you're right, the actual depth beneath that trench grade is flexible based on the hydrologist report.
Is that going to impact the root balls of the trees?
To be determined.
Yeah.
And just to note, that report is a condition to the project. It's under the conditions of approval.
Okay. Those are all the questions I have for now.
Commissioner Kellenberg.
One thing I'm curious about, but I think I'll defer till after we have public comment, is your actual recommendations on some of these items, so you can be ready for that. On the tree grates, you noted that the real solution to the tree health is really what's going on under the surface. So the tree grates could be any size. And so instead of being 6 by 6, they could be 5 by 5. They could be 4 by 6. They could be, and so we do have the option of reducing the size in order to reduce obstruction to the pedestrian movement. And in my mind, to most people, a tree grate is obstruction, even if it's psychological. They tend to walk around rather than over. But is that true? I mean, there's flexibility there.
Yes, although I'd say 4 feet would be too small because it doesn't give you enough room to get around the trunk.
Okay.
Trunks are
So 5,
fairly
so it
wide.
could potentially go from 6 to 5.
Correct.
Okay. And these are not silvacells, because silvacells aren't appropriate for existing trees. Is that my understanding?
Silvacells are appropriate for new trees, but not for existing roots.
Are we considering silvacells for the new trees?
Yes.
And is that a cost issue more
Yes,
than
it's
anything?
the cost issue. Mhm.
Yeah. And even though we would acknowledge that they're going to grow faster and be healthier with the silvacells, if we can figure out how to afford any of this, right? The paving is kind of, in a way, it's kind of disappointing to me, because none of them look like what we started with in terms of the imagery and kind of the organic character. And I guess my question is, it's just like we can't get there, right? I mean, these all seem a little bit more contemporary, a little bit more clean, a little bit more, regular. And I guess that's just the reality of it, that you can't get that patina of something that's been there for 50 years. And
Probably not exactly, but we can get closer than what you're seeing today, I think. After speaking with the installer who did these particular mock-ups, said, yeah, they can increase the tumble and the irregularity of the brick, vary the mortar joint smear like we currently see today.
okay, so
from narrow
when we
to
get
wide.
down to it, we might be able to get,
Yes.
even if it meant getting some used brick that sort of, it could be intermingled in, because that's what actually creates some of the character.
Yeah,
of
they even
those.
said that they could include, the stamp that you saw out there
Mhm.
today occasionally. That could be one of those features.
Well, you said, it's all right in front of us. If it was used at Tuvalu, why wouldn't we use that brick?
Well, yes, there's two kinds of brick there in front of Tuvalu. There's one area closer to the storefront that's actually too soft. It's not fired hard enough. And as you move further away, I think the pictures we took was a harder brick. So that one is a little, probably Yeah, that's one is we have to kind of tumble it more and get it more worn look to it, because you want that harder brick so it won't erode over time, right? So
And this is just asking your opinion. On the walkways, we're using the same brick on the walkways as we are between the curbs.
yes. Yeah.
Was there any consideration of creating varying that so that in the center of the street, it might be something different?
We could, but when you look at the space, we think that may not be necessary, because I think there's something to be said about having a consistent pattern and material. We already are using the crazy quilt on the ends, remember? That would be yet a third brick type down that core, which I think might just get a little busy.
Too busy. So you think it's a clearer, more
I think,
simply
yeah.
pure than if it's
Together with the porous material, there is actually quite a lot going on out there already. So, yeah.
And we do have going to the DG, we do have tables and chairs and various chair types in these areas. From a practicality standpoint, which of these materials, in your professional opinion, is more practical in the application of chairs and tables?
Probably the decomposed granite, because of the clay aspect of it and its binding capability. Again, as Evan pointed out earlier, at River Street, we successfully using a geogrid underneath the pebbles there that locks it in better. But over time, that tends to get exposed. You see the black, the geogrid itself. And you have to put in a layer of material to kind of cover that up a little bit here and there. But I think overall, it's the decomposed granite that's used worldwide in similar kinds of spaces, from Paris to Spain to Southern California, at some of the historic courtyards, Santa Barbara, for example, very successfully.
Yeah, that was my suspicion as well. You didn't, and it seems like in our last discussion, the whole mechanism for dealing with the heaters was left a little mushy. Have you done any more work on that, and like how the heater solution would be developed?
Yeah, the heaters, as we last left them, would be the pendant style was preferred, and these pendants would be attached via beams on those 30-foot poles that we have going down that are currently out there, and they're also going to be used for the string lights. So in a temporary condition, these additional rails would be attached out on the outboard side, and these pendants would be hung down from that, attached to a rigid rail.
Yeah, so I mean, to me, that's a very interesting design problem, because the heaters are heavy, the rails are going to need to be, structural, and I don't know that I've seen a drawing that sort of shows what that really all looks like,
Yeah, that's correct.
It's an observation.
Yeah, it's a lighting detail that needs to be further developed with our lighting consultant.
Okay, that's enough. That's all what I have for now.
I have one follow-up on that paving. One of the points we identified at the last meeting was the possibility of using brick at the intersection of Glenary, at the end of the Glenary end. Did you look at that?
We did look at that, and from our conversations, we determined that brick is probably best served in the actual crosswalk, because we're promoting people to be crossing at this based on where the stop signs are at. So we left the brick just solely in that area, not filling the entire intersection.
Yeah, we thought it might create confusion at that location. If it was all brick, we'd have to delineate the crosswalk area on that brick. So they're not crossing at a diagonal across that intersection, for the safety of the vehicles that are stopping, and then they can see the pedestrian at that point at a 90-degree when they're intended to cross, not at a diagonal, to decrease the confusion for the driver. So it was a kind of a safety thought that we thought, well, maybe the color-wise, let's use that brick as it currently stands to delineate the crosswalk area, use the asphalt in the core of that area to delineate, place where pedestrians aren't supposed to be in that location.
Thank you.
Commissioner Goldman, do you have any questions?
Yeah, I had questions on the trees, which you guys did a great job of asking and answering. I have a couple of other questions. With regard to the porous materials, is that being done exclusively for aesthetics, or is there a functional or practical reason to have the porous areas as well?
Both. I think aesthetically, it does reinforce the idea of the organic quality of Laguna, the informal nature of this village, and it'd be a very unique feature that you would not see in any other coastal towns in coastal California, except for Santa Barbara in some places away from the coast. But also functionally, I think it does increase obviously being a porous material. It increases the ability of the site to absorb, small amounts of rainfall and moisture.
Okay. Okay. And my other question, this may be a city question. Do we have a definitive answer with regard to the seating at the restaurants? I can't think of a better way to describe it. Needing to be penned in or not from the liquor authorities. Is there opportunity that there are, that they are just freestanding?
The first question, currently it does not need to be penned in. We're certainly, they were okay with the way we've delineated with the pots kind of on the corners is kind of an area that is, close to the existing restaurants. Yeah, there's no need for any barrier along those edges of those dining tables.
Okay, so we have closure on that.
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
Although it doesn't sound like it's in writing yet from ABC.
We have to go through approval process with ABC, but that's the guidance that they give us, that there doesn't need be barriers or parklets to consume the alcohol in front of businesses.
So if I could follow up on Steve's question, I'm still fuzzy on, is it beer and wine only, or is it any alcoholic beverages?
Any alcohol beverages. And then just to add a clarification for that, the businesses will have to go in front of the Planning Commission to have a CUP amendment, which would include the additional use for the alcohol. So this is something that will go in front of the Planning Commission at a later time. So the topic will be revisited and reviewed. But yes, based on the guidance from ABC, wine, beer, hard alcohol, as long as we have signage on the different ends of the street, also in the hallway, there does not need to be physical barriers like parklets to deviate.
My understanding too is that there is a control mechanism that is anticipated that would keep somebody from getting a martini in the restaurant and walking out down the middle of the promenade and sitting in an anderac to enjoy it. That would not technically be allowed. Is that correct?
The businesses will have conditions of approval on their CUP amendments, how they serve the alcohol and how do they enforce it. Obviously, the city will have to play some role in enforcement as well in the promenade space.
I'm not sure you answered my question.
Okay, could you read it one more time? I want to make sure Anthony can.
Your understanding is correct, Commissioner. Okay. Alcohol consumption would be limited to the conditioned area per the conditional use permit amendment, which will come to the Planning Commission for approval at a later date. And the glassware would be branded, so that would assist the city with its enforcement of any conditions.
And I can't bring my 6-pack down from home and camp out and enjoy it.
Correct. That would be prohibited.
Okay.
It would have to be a case.
Commissioner Goldman, did you have any additional questions?
No, those were my couple of questions. Thank you.
Okay, I had a couple questions regarding the trees again, and this relates to a couple of our decision points that we're going to be asked to make. You spoke about the ficus trees on either end, and why they may be considered to be further trimmed or possibly removed and replaced with a different type of tree. And I can't remember from the arborist report, what was the general feeling about those ficus's health? Were they healthy, or were they kind of borderline as well?
Yeah, that was one of the data points that we were looking to review, and what the arborist report stated, that there was a lot of dead branching underneath that needed to be cleared and pruned out. There's no significant health damage done on them.
Okay, and then these ficuses, that we've heard in the past and heard again tonight, that because of their root structure and stuff, they can tend to be destructive to the surrounding hardscape or whatever happens to be next to it, does that diminish over time as they become more mature, or does that to continue throughout their life?
It would continue throughout their life.
Okay.
That condition, the roots growing ever, just like the tree grows. Yeah.
Okay. And then another decision point was about whether or not to put a new oak tree in here. And I'm wondering why that type of oak? Is that oak is that a California native oak? And why not a coastal live oak or something that's more typical to our area?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. We know we have a high water table there, and we know that the Quercus virginiana, which is called the southern live oak, is the common name, is more amenable to having its roots wet, whereas the coastal live oak is not. So we were sensitive to the higher water table. We know the eucalyptus can work fine because it's out there today and doing great. So yeah, the oak presents a challenge in that regard because you're not going to really, we can take that chance, but these trees are very expensive when they come in large size like that, and it would be a big risk to take with the water table, from what I understand, where it sits at today.
Okay, I understand that, but is this type of oak a California native or not?
Right now, we're proposing the Virginiana, the southern live oak, which is not a native.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
And then I know we talked about this briefly at the previous meeting, and we had mentioned, oaks and sycamores, and are sycamores susceptible to the high water table, or?
No, sycamores actually do quite well with the water table. They're a riparian tree, so it's just a different texture. It's a much bigger leaf, and it's a beautiful tree. I love it, but they, in the canyon here, they're fantastic. We thought that just texturally, we thought the oak texture and the color was more amenable to this particular location from a character standpoint than the bigger leaf sycamore with a partnered with the eucalyptus, which is a very kind of an odd, partnership, I would say.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and currently, I mean, like you said, we've got plenty of sycamores out in the canyon and elsewhere around here, but none of the existing trees there on this section of forest are sycamores, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
Just to follow up on that, Chair, the risk assessment in the risk assessment matrix in the tree report indicates that 2 of the ficus have trunks that have possible failure. They're rated as possibly fail versus improbable.
Okay. I guess my last question was, because it was a little hard to tell looking at the plans at first, because in the areas where the 2 trees are being currently proposed to be removed, on some of the plants, it showed new replacement trees there. So it was first a little difficult for me to locate, on the plans. And I'm actually walking around down there looking at it. And I do believe now I know specifically which trees are trees C and L. And then when I was looking through the arborist report, it, went into some detail with the tomogram
Tomograph, yeah.
on some of the trees, but did not have one for tree L, and that was because the trunk size, when it has a smaller trunk like that, it's not big enough to do that? Is that why it didn't have that?
I think they didn't have a tomograph report for that particular tree because the tree gall at the base of the trunk was so big that it was already kind of flagged for removal. The tomograph is taken, I think, 4 inches from the ground. So I think based on that, that was the criteria. I'm not completely sure, but.
Okay. That answers my questions. Everybody else good for the moment?
One other question about the brick. Are you concerned at all with the aged brick, the older, either used brick or tumbled brick or stressed brick, that there's any tripping hazard?
Good question. No, because the newer brick is much harder, fired, to a specific density. And any of the imperfections on the edge of that brick will be taken up by the smeared mortar joint to be a consistent flat material. to pose no tripping hazard. And we would be very careful to make sure that's the case as it is installed throughout the process on site with the contractor.
And that would be in your specifications.
Yes.
That reminds me of another question about the brick. This project is basically going from storefront on one side of the street to storefront on the other side of the street. So where you were talking about this area of surface brick out in front of Tuvalu, that's all going to be removed and replaced, correct?
Yes, correct.
I just
And will the brick go at their alcoves to many of the store entrances? Will the brick stop at the right-of-way or encroach into the entry area of the stores?
Louis?
There'll be some communication with the property owner to make sure we're in agreement to that. But I think the idea would be as far as possible. But
Yes.
we need property owner.
The idea is to
approval for that.
extend it is, to a visually pertinent location.
Yeah,
That
there's a few stores down there that have done like a terrazzo entryways and stuff, and I imagine they're not going to want to have those removed.
Yeah, something like that. That's already an art installation in place. Essentially, would respect that.
Yeah.
And so it's really a store by store basis as we move along.
Okay.
The phase.
Sorry, that's okay. Each time we talk about something, it raises another question. And another one was, well, this was based on a comment from a member of the public that was saying, how is this project going forward without the consent of these property owners and the use of their property, which I didn't understand exactly what they were getting towards. I mean, all of this project, with the exception of maybe these little areas of alcove or something, are within the public right of way, correct? There's no request for the city to use anybody else's property.
That is correct, Chair. The city would offer to extend the decorative paving material up to the threshold of the storefront, but it's up to the property owner to choose to accept that offer or to maintain their existing paving condition within their private property.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, before we go to public comment, I just, abundance of caution, I was going to ask about disclosures. Again, does anybody, any commissioners want to make disclosures?
I went to the city yard and viewed these samples.
I don't think we have to make city disclosures, and I wasn't even sure if we needed to make disclosures on a city project like this, but I'll say that I was down there today wandering around, and I did speak with some of the business owners and others in the area.
And I spoke with SWA.
I looked at the trees probably between now and our last meeting, maybe 8 times.
Commissioner Goldman, any disclosures?
I can't top that tree disclosure.
Okay. Nor can they dispute it. Okay. I'll open the public hearing. Any members of the public who wish to speak may come forward. You'll have 3 minutes each to speak. The lights on the podium indicate your time. When it flashes yellow, that means you've got, in your first beep you hear, that means you have 30 seconds left. When the red light starts flashing, that means your time's up. And then we would also ask if you could please print your name on the list that's on the table there after you're done speaking, so we get the spelling of your name correct for the minutes. All right, thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you again for considering this project. Ruben Flores, a longtime resident of Laguna and a store owner as well. I still think the project is very linear for being called a forest. There isn't really a undulation happening. One of the things that I'm concerned about is during the bidding process, at one point, do you decide that it's acceptable or unacceptable? Is there a threshold that the city has acknowledged that that's where we're going to stop at? Because there still is a whole bunch of unknowns here. What sizes of trees are going in? I know we said that the oak is going to be big, but how about the other trees? One of the things that I don't think has been determined or looked at is that the synergy of the trees, the ficus actually exists there and it holds back the salt spray so that the rest of the trees down forest don't get affected. So there is something that's going on together. And so removal of a ficus does not mean, oh, it's going to be more open. If you look closely, when you go down Coast Highway, the ficus on Coast Highway burn incredibly, but they don't burn on forest because of the ficus trees. So we have to think of how these things work together. Thank you, Susan, for bringing up the care of the trees during construction. If you were to go to Main Beach to see how it was handled around our big, huge, incredible ficus tree, they were using tractors to remove the concrete. There was no protective fencing at all. When the Festival of the Arts was under construction, I made sure that the orange fencing was around the trees there, but nobody was able to take a look at what was going on. And so after we complained a bit, they did put fencing, but they had already done their damage by using tractors well within the drip line of the trees. The plant selection for this particular project is atrocious. None of the plants really are appealing from a village, from a Laguna standpoint. The aloes, we all know that once they flower, they're gone. And the grasses are oversized. There's nothing in there that's cottagey, that's Laguna-ish. It's just, it looks kind of like what's in the center median at the canyon, which is already going to be overgrown as well. The tree wells, one of the ways that you can get people to walk over the tree wells is to extend maybe one or two of the tree well grates all the way to a building. You can't not walk on it then. And then what it does is it allows the pedestrian to realize, oh, I can walk on this. And that's also going to be a wider area. So you might look at how you integrate this rather than trying to keep it always away from the pedestrian. So integrate that into there. Really? Is that it? There's so much more to cover. There's too many elements and too many variables in what we're looking at. The string lights don't have shields over them. The bricking is okay. The gravel is not a good element. There really is a lot more. Can I go on?
No.
All right. Thank you.
But thank you, because I think it looks like a lot of people want to speak at least.
Hi, my name is Erin Slattery with the Laguna Beach Chamber of Commerce. The Laguna Beach Chamber of Commerce supports the Promenade on Forest project and envisions a vibrant town center where residents can enjoy year-round events along with unique dining and shopping opportunities. This outdoor space will provide additional chances for residents to visit local restaurants and enjoy outdoor meals while taking in the views and browsing shopping. It aims to create a community hub for both residents and visitors. We encourage you to keep the Promenade on Forest project moving forward, and we believe that any challenges can be overcome. And I like the brick, but I don't like the gravel.
Thank you. Next speaker. Well, come on, people.
Hi, good evening. I'm here for Joy Berry, who's home with COVID, but she wrote you something today. And I know you got two really fancy letters today that are very important, and hers is extraordinary. So it looks like this, but if you have it, on the last page, she has a map. And I hope when you leave, you take this with you and it doesn't get into the round thing because you'll want to use it again. We've forgotten some stuff, and we forgot that it rains. You know, how long has it been? And I don't know if you remember some of the rains we have, but that's what Forest Avenue was about. Forest Avenue caught the rain. And I couldn't figure out why our forefathers were so silly and created curbs this high. You'd get out of your car and you had to step up. And then I finally found out it was deliberate. It was deliberate to protect the stores. And we have tried to protect the stores with something called gates. And I was walking around with some city employees that work in the downtown. I asked them about gates, and they had no idea what a gate was. Well, if you had a store downtown, you'd have a gate designed just for your door so that when the water came, the water didn't go in your store. We thought about those things. And I think what's missing is an institutional memory. If John Montgomery were here, we'd ask John, well, what's the story on some of these things? We're losing 48 parking places. And do you remember a few years ago when you suddenly noticed on Broadway, there's a sign that Laguna is a tsunami zone? Nobody told us they were going to do it.
Well, what does it mean if it were a tsunami zone? And why is Forest Avenue as it is? It was intended to catch the water. And what we're going to be doing is elevating everything and putting all of those stores in harm's way. And so I want to read you what Joy would be saying if she were here. And she has a history of developing hotels in Carmel. She can talk to any guy about any equipment. She knows everything, and she was successful in developing in very difficult areas. And she recognizes that this is a difficult area, but we don't. We haven't taken a look at why it's a problem. And you'll find in her letter that she talks about a floodway and how difficult it is to do the proper things. I think what I felt like is we were sitting here with plastic surgeons, and what we really need were some orthopedic surgeons. We need cardiologists. We need to understand what we're taking on, because forest isn't just an aesthetic. It's an essential part of success in the downtown and protecting our merchants from flooding and protecting the town from flooding. There's more. Please take a look at what she sent you.
I know that I received it and I read it, and I believe that we all did.
But when they come in the last day, I remember when something shows up in the last day, sometimes you don't have room, but it's so important. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mark Christie, lifetime resident. I own 2 businesses, 3 buildings on Forest. I've been advocating for this for decades, long before I owned those businesses or those buildings. I just think we need this energy. I think this is going to be a magic place. I think this is going to be as important as Main Beach Park is. I think they've done a great job with design. I didn't hear anything about the Walk of Fame. I really want to see that incorporated so we could celebrate people like Tony and people who have made a difference in this town. It's been good for business. I have real world examples in other towns, coastal towns, and the only variable has been this promenade, and it has been a windfall. When things go down, they went down less here. When they went up more here. So I'm hoping we can do this and make another little magic spot for the residents to enjoy. Cheers.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Les McCloskey, top of the world. Good evening, commissioners. I don't know if my comments should be better directed to the council or this commission, but I'm going to start here. I've been watching this promenade since the 17th of September 17th of October, 2010, when we had Parking Day downtown and Transition Laguna got together and decided we wanted to demonstrate to the city the value of community space over parking space. And I've been watching this thing go through 4 iterations. This is the 4th one on Laguna Avenue, one on Lower Forest, then the existing one with new furniture, and now the 4th one. But it's evident to me this commission and perhaps council doesn't know how to do planning. We don't know why we're building the promenade. We don't understand what functions it's supposed to perform. What problems does it solve? What are the metrics? Who is going to pay for it? And what does it cost? And on and on and on. I've written 9 points. They've been submitted to public comment for this meeting. I'm told it didn't appear in public comment. So if you want to look for it, I don't know where it went. But they're there. If you want to read it specifically, line by line, I'm really trying to see that this program succeeds for the 4th time. But we need to know what it costs, maybe put it out for a referendum vote, maybe get a majority. Get a majority of voters that agree with the plan. But what is the plan? We've been talking for 90 minutes about trees, about arborists, about snails and squirrels, and the sycamores do really well in wet climates. Mine do wonderful on top of the world. But this isn't about trees. This is about fundamentally changing the transportation plan and the community space of the heart of Laguna Beach. Okay? last June, I approached SWA and asked them if they knew what Complete Streets policy was. And the guy I talked to said, no, never heard of it. Okay, a promenade is a piece, an intervention, in traffic intervention for a town like ours. It would work wonderfully. St. Clement, if you didn't know, in 2014 adopted Complete Streets policy down there. We're still ignorant of the idea. But now I see SWA has been chosen as your lead consultant on this job, but they don't know what its complete streets policy is. So perhaps I'll stop here and you can look at what I've written down, and that might be the most useful. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, I'm Mary Locatelli, and thank you for taking our comments this evening. I would like to reiterate a comment that I made to the City Council in the run-up to the March 25th council meeting on this item. I requested that the city refrain from doing anything that would preclude it from returning Forest Avenue to its pre-COVID configuration until all of the details regarding the technological and engineering feasibility and the funding sources for the project is finished and finalized. My focus is always on the finances and risk management, and those two are usually fairly closely related. But as a general rule, major project risks should be identified early in the project, and their mitigation costs included in the project's total cost estimate. One of the biggest risks for this project was alluded to a couple of times tonight, and that is the fact that it's located in a flood zone, which can create significant construction challenges. Yet, when we read the staff report for tonight's meeting, it states that a hydrology report will be required to be sure the project meets all the applicable floodplain requirements. Now, one would have thought that a study like this should have been done like right out of the box. It should be one of the first things that you do to determine whether you want to do this project before you spend a lot of money on design and marketing consultants. In other words, find out if it's going to work before you discuss what it's going to look like. So another potential risk I think is included in all projects is legal risk. And in this project, I can see a couple of potential legal challenges. One could be unintended flooding for the properties in that front, the promenade. The owners also may view some of this as a taking of their property rights. Flood risks can be mitigated with proper planning and engineering, and the potential losses for property owners can be mitigated with upfront discussions with those owners before significant actions are taken. I guess the engineering for the floodplain has not been done yet, but I don't know about whether property owners have been consulted and asked about, how they feel about the whole thing. But obviously the best approach here is to try to stay out of court. So what mitigation measures have been put in place, I don't know. And I don't know what the provisions are for the cost of those measures. The last estimate I saw of the project cost was dated February 25th. It was estimated at $2.6 million, but it did not include a detail, so somebody should determine what's in there and what needs to be added. On a citywide basis, we all know that current budgets are tight, and there's a myriad of significant calls for money to fund things that aren't in those budgets, things like maintenance and upgrades for the facilities management plan, wildfire mitigation projects, utility undergroundings, and of course this project. So I come back to where I started. Don't do anything that would preclude you from returning things to the way they were.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Jacob Cherub. Unlike Mr. Christie, I've only lived half my life here in this town. So maybe he knows twice as many things that I do, maybe not. It's unfortunate, the way this process has gone. In 2021, there was a survey done by the city. It had 9 words relating to parking, free, promenade, something like that. And there were 500 residents that replied to that. A little more than half thought it was a good idea, but nobody said how much it was going to cost, that it was going to take away all the cars, that it was going to change. Nobody said anything about that. By the way, there are, they say 2,200 businesses that they tried to get, 186 replied. Fewer of the businesses thought it was a good idea. But it's unfortunate because you have smart people here in this town. You know, Ruben Flores and Les McCloskey, and yeah, these are Joy Berry. These are all people that have studied this like you have to study it. But there was a recent project brought by Public Works where they wanted to really decimate Main Beach. And they were ready to go out and bid it, if you remember. And you were the heroes of Main Beach. You spoke for not just the 20-some-odd thousand residents that we have here in town, but we have the residents that enjoyed it over the many decades, and the designers that took the time and effort to design Main Beach, which is a pearl on our coast. Well, you know, Lower Forest was not broken in 2021. It's an organic center of our commercial businesses here in Laguna Beach. It grew over the many, many decades. The council has tried to ram through one type of promenade or another. You have been faced with a variety of different designs. You know, that first one that had a straight street and another one that had a meandering street. Otherwise, they were identical. And, you know, the citizens have not had a role to play in this. They've had quote unquote workshops that were not workshops. They have not been interested in hearing from the town. So I'm going to ask you plaintively to be a hero, as you were with Main Beach, and you were, for Lower Forest. You know, you're talking about which trees to save. It's not broken. We have trees. It's called Forest Avenue. Please do not pass this through today. Many smart people cannot speak. You know, I'm sick. I came from a sick bed to come down here today. And there are many smarter people than me that have written to you. I've read their comments and all. Please do the right thing and do not pass this through. There's a big mistake. No one knows, because they haven't inquired how much this is going to cost. You know, they say 3 million, they say 4 million. That's a pipe dream. Nobody has done a boring, just let me, I appreciate it. I really do appreciate your indulgence. No one has bored down to see what's underneath there. And if this were to go, you are going to ruin half the businesses because they will not be able to conduct their businesses while that whole street is torn up. So be a hero for them, be a hero for the residents. Thank you for letting me go over. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, next speaker.
Hello, Jeffrey Redeker. I've lived here since 1980, if that matters to somebody. The reality is, people have been talking about flood zones and stuff. I mean, the flood zone that we have is basically the entire canyon and the entire downtown. And it's been that way forever. Okay, so every business in town that gets financing or insurance for their business has to have flood insurance. So this is not something new. This is not a new discovery of any sort. And to hide behind that is it's just not accurate. The economic development of this project to the downtown area is undeniable. The businesses downtown have definitely, not even the ones that are on the street, but external to the street, have seen spillover additional business throughout the entire history of this. You go back when we were doing First Thursday, our third Thursdays back in 2010, we were going through the economic downturn, substantially benefited businesses throughout the downtown area, not only in that particular location. Having a city center for our community is awesome. It's amazing. I spend more time down there since we've closed down that area than I ever have before. And there's nothing that I hated more than being down there and watching somebody wait for the perfect parking space and then their car run while I'm sitting there trying to eat or enjoy myself in the downtown area. I also think that the traffic moves a lot faster through that weird sort of three-way stop area that we used to have, to where now, especially when we have the parking attendants that usher people through right there at Glen Eyrie and Forest. I truly believe that the project is moving in the right direction. It's not going to be perfect. There is no perfect project. But in the striving to move forward, you just might find some excellence. I encourage you guys to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
I know Ken's going to scold me for sending in this letter so late, but it took a
No,
while.
I'm going to scold you for going over your 3 minutes.
Oh, no. Jacob introduced the topic of the outreach and the process, and you're very aware of this. Staff listed a lot of meetings that have happened and so forth, but they didn't mention that we were never able to talk about any alternatives or any other options except complete closure. And even if the council agreed at first to look at an option that kept the curbs and gutters in place, that got dropped mysteriously. And so all the groups that have been formed since the last time you looked at this, when, Mark and Sue had their task forces going, none of those were also able to consider any other alternatives. So we hoped that at least in the CEQA process, we'd get to look at alternatives and impacts. And now the city is trying to get out of using CEQA by doing this slow street concept. And they're asking you to do agree with the statutory exemption based on slow streets. The problem is they don't have, Forest Avenue is not a slow street as we sit here now. And there's a whole process that needs to happen to have it become a slow street. So I don't see how you can find that there's a categorical exemption from CEQA when this area is not designated in the category that it needs to be to have that work. And one of the key things that has to happen to make it a slow street is to notify residents and owners of the abutting properties. And notifying doesn't just mean sending out something, an ad in the paper or something like that. Seems to me that they have to have their consent to lose their vehicular access to their properties. That has to be a more formal consent that, as far as I know, is not in place at this time. So I would like to talk about some of the design review issues, and one of them is access. So permanently closing a street is a big deal. And another portion of this design is what's at each end. How is there emergency access in the future into that space with it closed off on both sides? So I will skip to a comment regarding the image of Laguna Beach, which we talked about Monday night. And the promenade affects recreational and visitor serving facilities in that the unique image of Forest Avenue as a traditional main street will be transformed into a carefully curated experience that looks like, quote, development has arrived in Laguna. Visitors and residents want to experience Laguna as it was when they first saw it. They want to feel that although our historical town continues to change, it hasn't done so too much, that this is a place they can go and know it's much as it has been for decades. If they want to experience a new looking, highly designed area, they go to Spectrum or Fashion Island.
Thank you.
The staff report and the attached resolution reference certain findings being made. It's questionable whether the required findings can be made. A review of the approved, the city, as you all know, spent years and a lot of money developing the downtown specific plan. A review of the approved certified version of the downtown specific plan finds nothing to anticipate, recommend, approve, or support closure of Lower Forest on a permanent basis. There are multiple references to a limited or temporary basis, but I found nothing that would support either finding number 2, which requires a project, quote, be designed and located in a manner in overall consistency with all applicable design guidelines, or especially number 4, which requires a project be consistent with any specific plan or any other specific zoning design review criteria. While a review found nothing in the downtown specific plan that specifically allowed a permanent closure, there were a number of references to not doing a permanent closure. Therefore, it's questionable whether the required findings can be made. I've passed out something with a bunch of highlights. I won't read the whole thing to you, but these are examples. Page 67, through adaptive reuse of public parking spaces on a limited or temporary basis and so forth. Also 67, goals, issue statements during the summer months. Page 69, limited or temporary adaptive reuse of public parking spaces. Page 100, page 102, page 106, temporary status, non-peak visitor months. There's a lot of logic behind what went into the downtown specific plan. Few people think we need more tourists in the summer. Few people think we need less parking during the summer. Doing something seasonal or another variation of a hybrid could allow, some people say this is for the residents. I could believe it if it were seasonal, when in the winter, maybe the residents would go downtown. Maybe the businesses that say we want more off-season business, you could do something that would draw off-season business. That makes more sense to me. Where'd it go? As I said, the city spent years and hundreds of thousands of dollars, doing the downtown specific plan update. I do not understand how you can out of hand reject those recommendations without exploring what some sort of alternative, temporary, hybrid, whatever you want to call it, use could be. It could be many things. It could be some parking with a street. It could be just time of day, time of year, that nobody has seemed to do a serious effort of exploring. Finally, this whole process, if anybody remembers Laugh-In and Gilda Radner, when she did Emily Latilla, it was she'd go through this long thing and then she'd finally just go, never mind. That's what it feels like you've done with the downtown specific plan. You go through all that and now you go, never mind.
Yeah. Thank you, John. Hey, if you could put your name on the list. Oh, you did? Thank you. And it was Saturday Night Live.
Good evening. Ann Chrisman. I'm a resident and I am a business owner down on Forest Avenue. First of all, I can't even believe we're talking about removing these trees after how angry everybody was about the trees. And then City Council vehemently denied. We never said we were going to take the trees out. And now we're going to take the eucalyptus trees out maybe at the top. Anyway, or we might take some out if they get injured during construction process. That is a wide open area. But going on, I had asked some questions at the last meetings that have never gotten answered. One is the tables and chairs. Are they designated for sure to the restaurants? How many tables and chairs are there? I've seen some beautiful color renderings where there's 3 or 4 tables in front of a restaurant. And then I've seen where there's 12 to 14 in front of the restaurant. So which is it? And the heaters that you're installing, is it just for, if it is designated restaurant tables, is the heating system that we residents are paying for, is it just over the restaurant tables? Or are you going to put a heating system where we can all meander and enjoy? Or is it just for the profit of the restaurants, is what I would want to know. Second, third, fourth, I don't know where I am. The focus groups, I've been at so many of those focus groups. You have never asked the residents of this town if they want this. Yes, we wanted it during COVID, but COVID is over. And you are all making a decision on my livelihood. What if I went to you, George, what if I said you cannot sell any artwork for 6 months? You can't do your art for 6 months.
Sometimes I don't.
But it's your decision. I will have to let my employees go. I have 10 employees, and you're going to take away my income for 6 months. Probably call it 3 months. I don't think that's fair that you get to make that decision. We've talked about parking. Oh my gosh, this report that this parking consultant did, they've concluded that the removing parking on Forest Avenue did not significantly affect the surrounding area. And then they went on and on to tell you how they're going to replace, though, this parking that does not significantly affect the surrounding area. One of them being that's mentioned twice is the 30 parking places at the library. Oh, that's so wonderful. The library is open 10 to 7, Monday through Friday. We can't use those spaces until after 7. Who were those spaces for? What do you do at 7 o'clock? You're not really shopping or going to the beach, you're going to restaurants. So once again, now we've got more parking for the restaurants. And then they're talking about parking out in Irvine. They're talking about Lot 16 at 5, Laguna College and Arts, all of this wonderful parking, but we don't need the parking because they decided that it doesn't impact. So why is there then 3 pages about how we're going to replace the parking? It just doesn't make sense. And I'm with the others that said this is really not thought out. People are going to be drinking all over down there. Come on. And so I'm going to call the police and take them away from doing something else in town. And then it's going to be 30 minutes probably to get there. Sometimes it's 5 minutes, whatever it is. And then we're going to be calling on these tourists who are drinking over at this table and they're not supposed to be. I just think that this is not thought out. And you remember when we had to put the gates up by city law, we were fined if we didn't put floodgates up because it is such a problem on flooding. I have lived through 2 floods down in my store and I am set back, fortunately. Then we had floodgate training sessions. I mean, it was a big deal, the flooding, and now suddenly in this report, there's a 1% chance that it might flood. Why did we go through all that?
Okay.
So, all right,
you.
sorry, thanks.
Good evening, commissioners and city people. I appreciate you all being here. My name is Gail Waite. I've lived more than half my life in Laguna and half of it in downtown. So I've always been in favor of a promenade. I favored the hybrid version of it because being that close to downtown, I witnessed firsthand how infrequently the promenade is used. And I also would like to, do something more for the retail people downtown. When I've spoken at hearings or gone to workshops, I always said, what are we doing to help the merchants? And, I haven't heard many offers that are really benefiting them, whether they get something to help them at the back of their stores that makes up for what they're losing in front. I don't know, but I do feel that has not really been properly addressed and taken care of. So in my favoring of the promenade, I did want to see areas at the top and the bottom for handicap drop-offs or for emergency access, because that's a necessity. I mean, it doesn't seem to have been addressed enough by the, plans that I've been seeing. I do recall in seeing some of these plans that gravel was totally discouraged as not a, suitable walking surface. So I'm kind of surprised to see the gravel still here. But I also recently returned from a trip to the Philippines where they have the most beautiful promenades that I've seen in many big cities. And again, they have drop-off areas for people to be left to get to the promenade. And what they also had were bathrooms at a very reasonable distance between each other. So I do think we need to address a public bathroom issue downtown because there's too much drinking downtown, and I happen to know where they're going to the bathroom in some cases. So I would like to see more public bathrooms addressed. And also the, oh, I'm glad Commissioner Dubin corrected the drain. I was thinking 15-foot wide drains. So where did they go? Where do they go? How are you going to have 15 feet? And I remember the floods of 2010. Remember how high people had to have thigh-high boots to get around, and those floodgates are still there downtown. So that, how can you move forward a plan that doesn't have a hydrology report? And are the heaters propane, electric? Think about the air quality. There's too much not developed yet to advance this plan, and I'm kind of sorry to see this. I'm probably spending a ton of money on these, to get this far without getting all the way. So please address the cost issues and the residents' ideas. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Jerome Pudwill, 38-year resident. Talk about putting the cart before the horse. Whoever said that residents want this promenade? The creation of this project is absolutely shameful. Our government is supposed to represent the will of its people. And everyone familiar with this project knows that it's a vanity project for particular council members. The project was illegally introduced in violation of the Brown Act without public notice, and it got initially approved in one council meeting, never giving the public a chance to discuss it, which is shameful. Would you give me slide 1? This is how the process has been. A made as directed survey was conducted by the council to try to substantiate the promenade's popularity, but it purposefully left out thousands of residents' responses. Shameful. Tonight's plan has virtually no input from the public, who has to pay for it and is going to have to live with it. Slide 2, please. As a recent Indy poll showed, 90% of the respondents are opposed to the direction of this project. The public has intentionally never been allowed to vote on whether it wants the promenade, and undoubtedly the council fears what it'll hear. As Commissioner Kellenberg has previously stated, this project is strictly for tourists. And now you're being asked to approve a plan with very, very limited public input. What kind of garbage cans do you want? What color should you have a fire plug? It has no known budget during a time of financial shortfall and fire mitigation needs. A plan whose design was dictated by certain council members to deny retailers the parking they need to survive. Contrary to what other retailers are telling you, I've talked to several, and they have indeed had problems. The plan that'll tear up the street for a year. A plan whose dream is to turn it into one great big bar. Most importantly, this plan will forever change the unique historic nature of our beloved town without proven public support. Laguna is not Irvine. We need to be seeing something more along arts and crafts as opposed to San Quentin Contemporary for design. I must submit that you not approve this plan this evening. Instead, to delay it until the public has the opportunity to properly vet it. Let's not waste time and more money on this until the public has a chance to review this plan or any plan. To approve this plan will make you as guilty as those who have shamelessly set it up. To echo the words of the McCarthy trials, have you no shame? And I say that not to this council, but to the city council and the way this has been developed. Please, let the residents speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, good evening, Michelle Monda. I spoke in front of the City Council in January of 2020 after I had gone to a Santa Ana Saturday night festival or whatever it was, where they had closed down they had made a promenade. And I came and spoke and I said, you know what, this was fantastic. This was lively. This was amazing. Why can't we do that here? It was temporary. It was what I was advocating for and am advocating for now is a hybrid situation, which has never been able to be vetted because they were never given the opportunity to discuss that. It was an all or nothing proposition. And I think that we can make a really good compromise here where we have the retailers during the day being able to make a living with parking and whatever, and then we can close it down. I was down in Oceanside. I don't know if any of you have been down there, but on Thursday nights, they have a farmer's market and they've closed down their street. It's one night a week. I'm all for that. I think that's terrific. We can do lots of lively things, but to close this down permanently is a total, it smacks in the face of what Laguna is. I was down there on Monday night on my way to the presentation about how wonderful Laguna is at the Rivian. I don't know if any of you were there. George, you might have been there. It was amazing. This is a wonderful town we live in. When I walked down, the olive oil store has gone out of business. And right next to it, Quicksilver is going out of business. I understand they're closing their stores. But the point is, there is now 2 stores side by side on Forest who are now closed. So how do we address that? Are we going to make this a food court? If you do what you say you're going to do here, what the city council wants to do, which is basically to make it a food court, you cannot go shopping down there. Maybe the stores at the fringes, but inside, no. And I also want to bring something that a couple of other people have talked about, and this was in the Rincon report. And it says, the pedestrian plaza based on positive community feedback. Well, I want to know what positive community feedback was, because that community feedback that they said they're basing it on, I didn't participate in it. Well, I mean, I did, but they didn't count me because they only counted a very small number of the votes from the downtown area. I don't see how you can say that that is a total community buy-in here. And that's the thing I want to echo Jerome's comments. Please let us vote on it. If you think, if you want to really know if this should be happening, let's vote on it. But could we also maybe consider a hybrid situation? Because that could be a win-win. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, commissioners, staff. I'm MJ Abraham, a longtime resident. I hate to say it, my son's 55 years old and I've been here a long time, but I know that you have huge challenges here. I understand your purpose and I respect it. One of the, reading through, I've worked with a lot of cities, I've worked with a lot of commissioners, city managers and legal services. And one of the things that really struck me when I was reading through many of the cities I've worked with is that community development, and your job is to work to ensure that development projects and infrastructure investments align with the community's visions and goals. And I agree with that, but I don't think what you're going to be basing your opinion on is really the community's vision and goals. And I think that the information that you're getting and the studies are biased, and they are not true surveys of how people feel. I was across the street tonight at the lumberyard. 2 of my oldest friends walked in. Neither of them knew that the promenade is being considered to be permanent. Now, I find that shocking. So either someone's not doing their homework in making sure that these task force and the focus groups include everyone, because they're not, at this point, they really aren't. And for you to make decisions based on what staff is bringing you, with all due respect, we have one of the biggest turnovers of staff in this city I've seen. 10 years ago, we were at like 8%. We're somewhere near 17. And we keep losing people in management and very good staff. I remember, Anthony, when you first came, your first year, and you've come a long way, and you're really impressive. And I'm thankful that you're here. However, you all need to dig deeper. You need to stop in the weeds, in this case, the trees, and think about what you're going to be moving forward here. On Nextdoor today, someone posted, what they're going to do is you're going to get to have 3 hours of speaking, and then they're going to make it they already have their minds made up. I hope that that is not the case here, and I hope that you don't prove that person right, because it's very disturbing as a stakeholder in this community, and we will not be a happy town moving forward with this plan. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Brian Minna. I'm a 60-year resident and I'm a landscape architect. Used to work with the SWA group with 2 of the members on the staff on the council planning commission. I want to let you know that over the 60 years, I saw the entire Main Beach Park, all the business went away and turned into a great park. And that was going to be the public gathering place. Now you're attempting to do it again for Forest Avenue, which is a transportation circulation, very important element. We have 3 streets that you can turn on Coast Highway. The first one is Broadway. You go down and you go out the canyon. It doesn't really feel like you're going into town. It feels like you're going on a highway out of town. Then you've got Ocean, which is very small and hard to turn on. There's no turn pocket for both directions. So you leave at Forest, and Forest is turning into a service alley instead of a street. It's just ludicrous that you would think that you would cut off 1/3 of your main circulation coming into your 3 downtown grid streets. I just think it's ill-founded, transportation-wise, flow-wise, emergency-wise, and flood-wise. That was good points that were brought up. I helped with the tangible assets, cleaning out the mud all day long of our neighbor's home, a business. And they had boards up and it still came in and completely covered the whole floor. The street is designed as a V. It has a crown in the middle, it drains to both sides. There's no way you're going to get everything into a trough trench at the edge of each side of it. When you raise that up, you as a city will be incurring all the liability from the carry capacity of an entire street for flooding that's passed through. And I've been here through many floods in Laguna Beach, and every time those businesses get wiped out. So if you raise it up or you do anything to change that, you better be carrying 100-year capacities that the street has, and it doesn't even cover it because it was up into the windows of each and doors of each business. So I, as a resident, don't go down anymore because I can't get in easy. It's very difficult. My wife and I have stopped shopping downtown. The only time we come in is hospitality night, and the carrying capacity of hospitality night on the street is every square foot is occupied by people in the lower Forest area there. So if you start filling it with benches, more tables, more landscaping, more tree grates, where's everybody going to stand? You can't have a complete gathering. The gathering spot was supposed to be across the street on Main Beach Park and those big plazas, and they serve their purpose and they have shows there. So trying to take the circulation part to the center of town and cutting off 1/3, I just can't believe you have a turn pocket from going into Forest that goes into a back of a service alley where there's restaurant trucks and you come out the back where the trash bins are. This is not the idea of our downtown. What do you want it to look like? I think we want businesses where you can drive up and actually go to a bakery. You can actually go to a Bouchard's. You can actually go to a jewelry store or any of the other clothing stores. You have to be able to get in and out. I go to Dana Point for business anymore. I can't come to town. It's a level E service every single weekend. Coming in town, it takes you an hour to drive through town, 45 minutes. What are you going to do when you go past 7 million? We were at 6.5 last year. Now we're at 7.2. At what point are you going to stop letting the special interests and city council, certain members, have their, the Visit Laguna driving this and have the residents actually feel part of it? We need a vote on this thing.
Okay, thank you.
And if you don't give it to us, you are just perpetuating a liability issue that you will all be, sued when these stores flood.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm Diane Armitage. I always watch you on Zoom. I think you guys are a great, astute group. And the reason why I watch you on Zoom instead of coming down here is because every time I come down here, Ruben makes me get up and talk. So I have been living here half of my life in Laguna Beach. I didn't realize that until tonight when everyone else was talking about it. And I'm the person who covers all of the restaurants in town. And I've been doing it for 18 years. And I've been keeping all kinds of statistics and spreadsheets because I'm a Virgo and I can't help myself. And the main thing that I want to talk about as far as the promenade goes is that in the downtown corridor, there are 55 food and beverage concepts. We have 168 across all of Laguna Beach. We have 55 in the downtown district. And in that district, 4 restaurants are on the promenade. And I love those restaurants. I go to every one of them. I curated them for the Laugh Awards. I put them on the list because everybody loves those restaurants. But the point is that we're throwing so much money into this promenade that a lot of the other food and beverage concepts and retailers around Laguna Beach are not getting the same kind of love and attention. And even the next door street, Ocean Avenue, is in pretty dire straits right now, and it's pretty bleak. I'm very pleased that Piatti is moving in. I think they're going to do a great job raising the standard of that particular street. But I will remind you too that there are 9 empty restaurant concepts in the downtown corridor. None of them are on the promenade. They're on Ocean, they're here, they're all around, but they are not being cared for, looked after, taken care of, as are the restaurants on the promenade. Like I said, I love those owners, I love those operators, I love those restaurants. But please let us share some of this $3 million or $4 million with the other retailers and the other restaurants in this beautiful town of Laguna Beach. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers? No. Okay. All right, I will close the public hearing, and I'd like, we'll just take a little 5-minute break here until we go back to the applicant team, see if you guys want to respond to any of those items. I took some notes and some of the comments that were made, so we will reconvene at 8:45.
And Chair, be sure that don't speak to each other or anyone of the audience about the topic. Thank you.
Okay. Everybody keep mum. Okay, everyone, we will call back to order the Planning Commission meeting, City of Laguna Beach of April 2nd, 2025. At this point, I will go back to the applicant team and/or staff if they would like to add further information or respond to any of the public comments that were made.
I'll go ahead and start the staff response.
Okay.
Thanks very much, Chair. Very grateful to the design team for an excellent presentation once more. I did want to made by a few members of the public. And maybe I'll start by just appreciating all the public interest on this project. It's clearly a very special place to the community, and rightfully so. There's been a lot of public interest generated on this project. One thing that the Planning Commission should be considerate of is that tonight's hearing is an entitlement hearing, and you are making certain findings to approve, conditionally approve, or deny this project. And we can go through those if we need to as part of your deliberations. Regarding the downtown specific plan compliance, Mr. John Thomas pointed out that the downtown specific plan, certain portions of that document contemplates a potential temporary or removable plaza, references the pilot program at Park Plaza, and there are further discussions about maybe seasonal type of pedestrian plazas. And at the time that the downtown specific plan was last updated, there was a lot of parking analysis that was done based on the conditions that existed at that time, which ultimately led to the adoption and implementation of a blended parking rate downtown. There was a key benchmark, 85% utilization of the existing parking supply downtown. The idea being, and this is pretty typical of industry practice, once you start increasing utilization above that 85% threshold, it starts to become a suboptimal system. There are inefficiencies. You start having motorists circle for parking to find that elusive available parking space and so forth. With this project in 2022, the city did undertake a parking and traffic study, which is attached to your staff report this evening. That study considered the proposed project because it considers the existing promenade, which occupies the same footprint. So it did consider the loss of the 48 parking spaces and also the effect that the promenade has on traffic and circulation in the downtown. That study did find that level of service was adequate per city adopted thresholds. It also notes that based on the observations made by the consultant, that we are right around that 85% benchmark. And therefore, the conclusions drawn from that report were that the project does not have a significant adverse effect on parking supply or on traffic and circulation more generally in the downtown specific plan. And getting back to compliance with the downtown specific plan, I wanted to point out for the commission and the public's benefit that there are no policies in the downtown specific plan or the general plan, that prohibit a permanent street closure and the promenade and forest. In certain instances, there are adopted policies that say such and such is prohibited. For example, there is a prohibition on timeshares in the city's land use element. There is no such prohibition on the permanent street closure and the associated use of a pedestrian plaza on Lower Forest Avenue. I did spend some time reviewing the downtown specific plan this afternoon in preparation for tonight's hearing. And one observation that struck me is that there are time and time again references to the pedestrian orientation of the downtown specific plan area. In the introduction to the urban design chapter of the downtown specific plan, it articulates that pedestrian orientation is one of the key goals of the downtown creating a vibrant, walkable, and welcoming place. And that the urban design guidelines should be implemented to strengthen the pedestrian orientation. The first goal in the downtown specific plan discusses the village character and its importance to the downtown, how that character exists today and should be perpetuated into the future. In describing the village character, the downtown specific plan refers to the downtown's pedestrian orientation as one of its virtues. And of course, in tonight's staff report, based on staff's analysis, we are suggesting that the Planning Commission find that the proposed project is consistent with the downtown specific plan. I did also want to touch on flooding, since that was mentioned by a few public comments this evening. The proposed project will not make nearby properties more prone to flooding because compliance with floodplain development standards won't increase the impact of flooding. There is a condition of approval in the draft resolution before you this evening, which Louis Lacasella referenced. It's that condition number 14, which requires a floodplain development building permit prior to construction, which will establish compliance with FEMA and city floodplain regulations. And what I also would want to mention is that this is a straight application of a municipal code requirement, which reads that a floodplain development building permit shall be obtained before any construction or other development, including manufactured homes within any area of special flood hazard. And the proposed project is located within both a floodway in part and a floodplain. The city at this time has not undertaken any engineering, and that's fairly typical for a lot of projects in the city. In the city of Laguna Beach, as everyone knows, a lot of projects are subject to design review approval. Going through the design review process, focus primarily, if not entirely, is on the architectural components. The next phase of the project is based on the approved architectural design plan. Engineering is undertaken, and the city is committed to, of course, complying with all applicable regulations, ensuring that a hydrology study prepared by a qualified professional is prepared and approved by the city's floodplain administrator. And just a few other miscellaneous comments. We received a comment asking, are the heaters just over the restaurants? The plan before you, yes, does include the heaters just over the restaurant dining areas. That's something that the Planning Commission could consider, as the City Council will consider funding of those heating elements, whether that's a city cost, restaurant cost, a shared cost. And those budgetary considerations are outside of this discussion, but there is a design plan before you for approval. There are certain areas of dining that are going to be designated just for the restaurants, and that will be subject to subsequent approval by this body of a conditional use permit and revocable encroachment permit. But there will be other seating opportunities that are available for the public at large. And those are the items that I wanted to provide an initial response to, and I'll turn it over to the rest of the city staff and consultant team to provide any additional responses.
Great. Well, thank you for that, Anthony. If I could just ask a question then at this point. So again, so there will be some seating areas that'll be designated specifically for specific restaurants, but there will be other additional seating for just general public throughout, which I suppose could be used by somebody who got food from a takeout place somewhere else just to sit down and eat. But as is designed right now or thought of right now, the heating elements would probably be over just the designated restaurant spots, not these other seating areas. Correct?
Yes, that is correct, Chair. And as the commission may recall at your last meeting, you did spend quite a bit of time scrutinizing the seating and table arrangements throughout the space and making decisions on how many seats would be located in which locations and of what type.
Right. But the lighting would be just generally distributed over the entire area.
That is correct.
Not just over the restaurant dining areas. Okay, great. Thank you for that. Back to the applicant team, if you guys would like to respond to
Can we ask questions of staff?
over,
Since they brought up some of these topics.
or we could wait till however you want to do it. Go.
Well, since you brought it up, I mean, the other question came up of the slow streets, if I have that right, program, and that there was a inadequate or a lack of process related to utilizing that categorization to achieve not need a more extensive CEQA process. You didn't, since that was kind of on the list of these types of things, could you address that?
Sure. So while the formal ratification of the ordinance and then maybe some further ancillary steps may be necessary to effectuate that, as I said, CEQA requires that analysis to be done at the earliest possible time. That is what the city did. The city's CEQA analysis was done at the first reading of that ordinance. That is what the city is relying upon. It is a statutory exemption which exempts projects pursuant to the code listed. That is what city staff is relying upon. Of course, if the planning commission feels different, it is your guys' ultimate decision. But that is, this is the way that the process should go if this is the route that the city is going to take.
Well, I'm just curious about, the suggestion that a detailed reading of the process would suggest that there was notification of any adjacent property owners. And there was a representation made that didn't occur in a timely manner. Can you add any color to that issue?
I may not be able to provide you a complete answer, Commissioner Kellenberg, but I'll give it a try. There was an ordinance that was presented to the City Council recently for first reading and will be returning for possible adoption at a subsequent City Council meeting. And as part of that ordinance, the required process to designate, establish a slow street does include a public notification process, also requires that the city establish a website dedicated to posting and publicizing this information as well. That is part of that program that's currently being established through this ordinance that is going to be returning to the City Council for second reading and adoption. Now, there have been public notices that have been issued for the city's legal noticing requirements for tonight's design review and coastal development permit hearing.
So what I'm hearing is that the fact that that notification hasn't happened yet doesn't necessarily mean it's not going to happen.
That is correct.
Okay, back to the applicant team. Do you have adequate notes to try to respond to some of the public comments?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, we try and hit as many as I've taken notes here, but if there's any that I missed, please feel free. So regarding drainage, I think we noted that we're going to be coordinating that with the hydraulic engineer, but we feel that we can adequately handle that drainage with the flexibility of the actual cross-section beneath the trench drain is currently shown to accommodate the existing crown and the cross-section, which is essentially like a triangular area, if you would imagine, from the curb to the center of the street as it exists today, that being transferred into that trench drain area beneath that trench drain. That's a flexible depth and width actually beneath that grate. Then in regards to planting, yes, we definitely agree that capturing the cottage look and feel of Laguna is very important, and we tend to do that as our ultimate goal. And we'll continue to fine tune that planting at the base as currently shown to achieve that goal. And looking around here in the community, there's certainly plenty of great examples of how to achieve that. In terms of the construction process, yes, great care will be taken during that process to hand remove the existing sidewalk around the base of the existing trees. We'll have somebody on site, one tree at a time, as they say, to make sure that, and uncover and see what's happening under there, and then fence off that tree during the construction process and provide adequate, bridging temporary wood platforms, so that might be to provide access to the retailers and create a phasing plan so that we minimize the disturbance of those retailers during the construction process as much as possible. And then in terms of the fire truck access, yes, we have removable bollards and what's called a grasscrete that would be underneath the garden area that we've outlined for the fire truck to drive into, and they've already approved that plan and approach that we currently show. But you wouldn't be able to see that per se in the garden area in the grasses as we currently show it, because the grasscrete, it lives beneath that. But it's there to accommodate the fire truck. We use that in all of our projects in that regard. That combination of plant material and grasscrete and that approach. And anything other elements, Evan, from your standpoint, I may have missed?
So one more on the drainage is currently most of the buildings along Forest, they have gutters that actually empty out down into Forest itself. So this plan is looking to channelize those and divert those directly to the stormwater to kind of offset that additional amount of runoff. There was a question about the Walk of Fame, which is something that we'd actually need direction on from the city on who would be part of that. And I believe we discussed on how it could be implemented through either paving and through plaques last time, but
But it's part of it's part of the plan.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll turn it back to you, Ken.
Let me see. Let's see if any other questions more than just general comments. There was well, I don't know if you want to weigh in on this one. There was a comment saying that there was some benefit to the ficuses remaining, that there was some protective ability or that they somehow helped the other trees by shielding them from salt spray or something. Is there what's your feelings about that?
Could be the case, although there's other eucalyptus along PCH as you climb up to the north, as you climb up past Hotel Laguna, that seem to be doing fine, that are actually closer to the ocean than those existing eucs on Forest. But I'd probably have to defer to the arborist in that case if that's a situation that we need to pay attention to.
Okay. There was I'm sorry. Did you want to add?
Yeah, I was just going to mention that we did, entertain this idea with arborists that, what if these were moved? They didn't mention anything that pertaining to protection, and at least in the lifespan of the eucalyptus were there before the ficus, and they were established before.
Okay. There was a comment suggesting possibly having the tree grates run all the way to the buildings, and by doing that, making people walk over them. Do you have any feelings about that? I mean, would there be any benefit to having a larger tree grate that went all the way to the building? Would that help the tree in any way?
Potentially, but I think that visually functionally running into the building, you'd have a variable width because the building actually jogs. So it's not a consistent line, street wall. So some might meet the building and some may not. So I'm not sure if we'd accomplish, what we set out to do there in that case.
Okay. And this is kind of a weird one. Something I was thinking about as well is that with the proposed project that's happening today, there was a comment or a suggestion that, well, you should design it in such a way that if it has to be reconverted back to a street, that it could be done. Is there any way that this design could be done to make a reconversion to a street easier in the future?
Well, one of the things that we would like to consider is what we call vehicular paving subbase beneath the brick down the core of the plaza. So obviously allow for delivery trucks occasionally to set up for festivals, whatever it might be. That's just a practical thing that we do in all of our plazas. So in that regard, it'll be set up for vehicular traffic. But the question is then how to delineate that traffic in the future from the pedestrian zone along the side, right? And keep those pedestrians safe. And, outside of bollards and pots, that's a challenging thing to do. You end up with a lot of bollards, 6 feet on center, and that becomes a visual impairment. to the space itself.
Well, I'm talking more about not being able to convert back and forth. I'm saying, say, you know, in the unlikely event that 10 years from now, the city looks at this and goes, oh, what a failure this has turned out to be. And we must convert this back to a regular street with parking and sidewalks and all that. Would that require this entire hardscape and project being torn out and everything being redone? Or is there any way that this project could be designed with thinking of that possibility in the future, if you're following me there?
Could be designed thinking that possibly in the future, if you think about where our existing trench drains are located, 15 feet from the face of the building, could be a potential curb line for, delineate a pedestrian zone and then drop it down 6 inches to create the new street in the center core. So yes, it's possible to saw cut right there, perhaps, I mean,
Can I
Yeah, sure.
yeah, go ahead.
develop that idea further a little bit?
Yeah.
Why would you need to drop the curb down? I mean, there are lots of, very high finish plazas and streets and, all over the place that do not have a curb, or they have a 4-inch curb, or they don't have a curb at all. They might have a change in material, and then they would have bollards to define
Yeah.
the street. I guess this is it's a interesting question that I've been wondering about too. As I look at the plan, the primary, there are certain elements that are in the way of it converting back, a reconversion, let's call it, plan. The special art element, but none of the trees really do that. I mean, you could, if, let's say you've had through traffic and parking on one side, you have less space now. The street is getting narrower because
Right.
you're going to 15 feet. So it would never go back to angle parking.
Correct.
It would be a parallel parking maybe on one side only, but it could have through traffic. It seems like the trees themselves don't get in the way of that. What would be planters at the ends of the street that are raised might get in the way of that. I'm just wondering if there could be a overlay plan that would demonstrate how a reconversion could take place without really significantly changing, the direction of what we're doing here.
Yeah, again, I think the idea of including the curbs and so forth is to avoid all the bollards you'd have to have on the edges to protect the pedestrian and to define the vehicular from pedestrian. Go ahead, Evan.
Yeah, one more kind of comment on that is, in order to limit the amount of bollards we would need going down the street, because we'd also need tactile warning strips to alert people who are stepping into a vehicular zone, which are truncated domes. We would have to incorporate larger strips of planting or some sort of other physical separation and have key designated points that people could cross and they would know as a crossing, and that would be done with bollards since it's all a flush condition.
Yeah. And of course, with the reduced ability to, without the angled parking and having parallel parking, how many spaces have you gained parking wise, et cetera, for an option like that? Because if the angled parking as exists today, or it used to exist, you literally only have 6 feet between the tree trunk and the building face for strollers and folks in the summertime. And it's a safety hazard. It was a safety hazard, pushing people out into and around the outboard side of the tree with all the traffic, the summer traffic.
Okay. This one, I think the issue regarding public restrooms was brought up. I'm assuming that public restrooms are not part of this project because you were never directed to make public restrooms part of this project.
That's correct. Although we did look at, it's not a part of this project right now, but the hallway along Bouchard's to the existing public restrooms in the back to improve that at some point was discussed.
Right. And those public restrooms are relatively close to this project. So I think that was it, other than this is kind of a question more for staff, so I'm not sure if Anthony or Louis can answer this, but there was a comment about, that some unique issue is being created by businesses losing vehicular access. Do you guys have any comment to that? Are the businesses guaranteed to have vehicular access?
So the short answer is no. As I understand it, those are public parking spaces. No business is guaranteed or mandated that they have one, two, or any number.
So the fact that historically that public parking existed in front of these businesses was no guarantee that that situation would remain unchanged forever.
Correct.
And in addition to that point, which is a good point, this block of commercial district is quite unique in that there's no driveway access to the private property to access off-street parking for any of these businesses.
Okay. Great. I think that's.
Chair, I've got one that was mentioned a couple of times, and I don't know what the forum for discussion of this is the impact to businesses during construction. Whether, that's something that we're taking into consideration tonight. That's something that we list as a consideration for city council at the subsequent meeting. And perhaps, Anthony, you could help us. How do we address this? Because it was mentioned by a couple of times, and it really is an issue, is how do we address the impact to the businesses during construction, which could be more than a year.
Appreciate that question, Commissioner. Before you tonight is a design review and coastal development permit application. I think those are very good questions and concerns that can be taken into consideration with the construction bid process, which ultimately the city council would make a determination on. That would be my recommendation.
But can we can still make recommendations to the city council on that topic?
Yes, you could. It would be separate from your decision on the entitlement applications. It's outside the scope of the required findings for those applications.
This was discussed at one of the council meetings. It did come up. There's quite a bit of discussion about how to minimize the impact through the construction staging process. So they're aware.
I mean, I don't know when we're moving from questions to discussion.
Not yet.
Okay.
Commissioner Goldman, did you have any other questions?
No.
Okay.
There was one other.
Sure.
Are you done with your list?
Yeah, I am.
There was a question about the size of the trees. Can you address that?
We are working with the one of the local nurseries, and the size that the eucalyptus going in would be a 48-inch box tree, which are is basically a custom box size order. Normally they're sold in 15-gallon and upwards of 24-inch, but we can put in a log for 48 inches.
Can you address? I think common thinking is you would never plant a eucalyptus that big. You would want to always plant them smaller because they'll grow faster and be healthier.
Yeah.
Can you address that?
Yeah, we're trying to find that balance between, obviously we don't want to plant a 15-gallon in here on day one. But then, as you said, you're right. The larger the tree, the less healthy it is, for its environment to grow in a vigorous manner. And as you know, the other challenge of the eucalyptus is the deeper taproot, which is a good thing. It makes it drought tolerant, of course. So these are custom designed boxes that are taller to accommodate that deeper root for that specific tree type. So we're looking at that. But yeah, we're trying to find that middle ground to, good insulation size, but then also in the long term healthy for the tree.
There was also a question of whether or not the restaurant seating is designated or not. I'm not sure did we hit on that?
Anthony did. Yes, it is. Well, there will be areas of designated restaurant seating.
Okay, I missed.
That won't be all the seating. There will be additional public.
There was
seating.
also a question about having a drop-off area in some location for handicap or just people wanting to drop people off because it's so hard to find a parking place. I've done that many times. Have we thought about designated drop-off areas any place?
I see people doing that all the time at the intersection of Forest and Glen Eyrie. There's kind of enough room there for, people to pull in and drop people off. So it kind of already exists.
Without blocking traffic.
But
we could look at that to confirm that there is drop-off space without stopping traffic.
Yeah, I concur with George that
It's
there's
sufficient.
potential there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Question about whether the hallway is in your scope of work.
Currently, it is not in this particular construction approach.
Okay, and a question about whether the Jersey barriers or the concrete wall on Coast Highway is part of the scope of work.
Yes.
Okay, and there were some couple of public comments that questioned the issue of how to police this space and to enforce particularly the alcohol requirements. Is the city intending to have a park ranger out there all the time? What is the idea?
Police on horseback.
Yeah.
I'm happy to answer that, Councilmember. Those commissioners, sorry. Those are going to be ongoing conversations we have with the police department of how to enforce this, but we are undergoing those conversations. And as mentioned, as part of the process of the businesses attaining alcohol licenses and improving that, those CUPs will go in front of the Planning Commission, and there will be conditions of approval on those. So those will be ongoing conversations that we have. We've had some meetings with the police department already, so we'll continue to explore that.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Everybody done with questions or not?
No, I have one more. We started off talking about what I will call a global, I think there's two levels of questions and issues here. There are the detailed questions about trees and benches and so forth, but there's a series of global questions that are bigger. And most of the public input were about those, not about the details. And I think, Anthony, you addressed most of those. The members of the public may not be satisfied with those answers, but you answered them officially for staff. The one that we didn't address was probably the biggest one, and that is a fundamental question of whether the community really wants this. Let me finish my question, please.
It's not before us.
That's my question. Let me ask my question. Can you opine on our ability to address that issue tonight? And do we have the ability to request a referendum in the city? Do we have the ability to go back and assign the design team to go back and look at 3 alternatives? Or are we fairly focused tonight based on decisions the city council has previously made?
So I appreciate the question. It's a fair question. And it merits some clarification tonight based on the public comments. So the Planning Commission's review is more narrow than some of the comments that have been communicated this evening. It is a decision on an entitlement application. There is a proposed project. In this case, the city is the applicant, but it is still a proposed project that's before you for a decision. The project is the proposed project. It could be approved, conditionally approved, or denied. But the city's municipal code leaves the decision up to this body. It is not subject to a public vote.
Correct. And so just to add, Chair, if I may, as this commission is probably aware that the city council, as the ultimate city decision maker, did consider potential alternatives, selected the option that is ostensibly before you tonight. Once again, that does not mandate you guys must vote for it. But as Anthony said, this, like any other project, is before you for the required findings, whether or not you can make them. And for the same kind of way that, you guys can't force an applicant to totally redo or come back with a different project. Here, it's just that the city is the applicant before you. So weigh the project as it's before you. As Anthony said, either approve, conditionally approve, or deny the project here tonight. Thank you, Chair.
So my interpretation of that is that, our actual actions tonight are somewhat defined by previous council actions. However, there's nothing that keeps us from making an informal recommendation to the council on any other topic.
I would say that's fair. Informal, not a formal condition of approval.
Thank you.
Commissioner Goldman, any other questions?
No.
Okay.
You've covered everything extensively.
I will close the public hearing and we will go to commissioner discussion about this item and decision-making. Just want to reiterate, what's our task here tonight is that we are asked to evaluate the design review for this project, decide whether or not we can make findings for the coastal development permit, and whether or not we agree with the environmental analysis and the CEQA exemption that's proposed. And then we've specifically been asked to make some decision point findings, and that was regarding the ficus trees at each end of the project, the possibility of an oak tree or another large tree addition, the tree grate size and possibly style, the walkway width, whether it's preferable to have it at 15 feet or 17 feet on each side, the hardscape materials that are in the samples before us, and the brick selection. And that's, really what we're being tasked with here tonight. So with that in mind, if anybody, we can go through with general comments first and then specifically go through these decision points. We could just focus on these decision points first and then go to general comments.
I vote on that.
I would agree with that as well, Chair. Take care of the specifics first and then go to the general.
Okay, let's go. There's six of these decision points.
And go through the findings.
Well, yeah. Well, we'll get. It's these. Ultimately, we can talk about these decision points, but if we cannot make, the design review findings and coastal development permit or agree with the CEQA exemption, then the project is not going forward, at least for some of us. So, we could do it either way. If we don't get agreement on the DR, CDP, and CEQA exemption, then there's really not a lot of point in discussing these other items.
Well, the only thing that I would posit, Chair, if I may, is that some of those decisions and potential project selections or modifications may go into the findings. So
ultimately, the findings should be the last thing that we do.
With whatever the agreement is by the commission on what the project is.
Okay. So let's talk about the ficus trees and whether or not we think that they should be removed, whether or not they should be trimmed. That was really the choices there. So anybody in particular want to start about that? One of you landscape
I'll jump. I'm torn on this item because I'm curious with SWA's feelings on it, but I appreciate the fact that taking out the ficus trees and making it more of a pure eucalyptus statement is, I think, a more pure artistic sort of statement in terms of the big idea, of the plaza. I had kind of mixed feelings about the graphics because I thought the graphics were kind of hard to, get excited about. But in my mind's eye, I can see that being a more clear design statement. On the other hand, I know how this town feels about cutting down trees, especially trees that are healthy, fairly healthy. And I know the arborists can find holes, hollow spots in some of them, but they look, at least 3 of the 4 look pretty healthy. So I don't have frankly, I'm kind of on the fence on this, and I'm looking for guidance from other members of the commission.
Okay, I think the point about the salt protection needs to be explored. It is true that if you look up at the road to the library, those ficus are just a bunch of leaves at the top. They're there. they're big, but they really suffer with the salt spray. So down at the Coast Highway end, I would prune those up. I would keep those trees. They're also freestanding, which the two at the Glen Eyrie end are not. The two at the Glen Eyrie end are really intertwined. In fact, one of them is a Siamese twin situation with the eucalyptus. And the two at the ocean end have pretty nice structure. And there's a lot of dead wood and stuff, but they could be beautifully pruned. So I would keep those and prune those up, and I would remove the ones at the Glen Eyrie end, because one of the things I spent a lot of time going out there on my 8 visits was looking at those ficus trees and the eucalyptus. And those two eucalyptus, A and V, I believe, are the trees, are beautiful trees. They're quirky, they're contorted, they have a lot of character, and they're big. And there's no blocking going on, which the ficus at the Glen Eyrie end block the view, and they're kind of dark and dreary. They don't look that healthy. The other ones at the other end look better, even though the ones at the other end are the ones that the arborist report has questions about. So I would remove the ones at the two eucalyptus trees can stand alone. They're very beautiful, but you can't see them because they're intertwined with the ficus trees.
Commissioner Dubin?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a arborist. I like trees, and I know the town loves trees. So anytime you start talking about removing things, it raises a lot of eyebrows. But I think what Susan is suggesting is a pretty interesting, excuse me, I'll call it a hybrid. Keeping the ones down at the PCH end and just cleaning them up and removing all the dead and any dead material there. I like the idea of opening up the Glen Eyrie end to be able to have a much cleaner view down the potential plaza. I think that's a pretty good exchange. I think so that it's sort of a compromise on full removal or just trying to prune all the four ficus trees. So I think I would concur with somebody who's a little more expert at this than I am, which is Commissioner Whiten, and I think that's a pretty good solution.
Commissioner Goldman?
Believe it or not, I had noted down to limb the front trees and take out the Glen Eyrie trees. And not because I'm a landscape expert. In listening to Sean's description of what was going on, it seemed very clear that there was a preference to open up those other trees, which could stand on their own more beautifully than in the front. And while I felt he was recommending, and I was even going to ask these questions to him, I felt he was recommending potential removal of the ficus on the Pacific Coast Highway side. I didn't feel it as strongly, and for me personally, I would have left the trees there, definitely limb them up, but I like the contrast of the darker, and I also like the idea of not removing trees needlessly. So long answer of I agree with the Susan plan.
Okay. Based on that, Commissioner Kellenberg, you willing to go? I'm willing to go along with that as well. I think, valid points were made both ways, it would have a little bit more consistency if it was the eucalyptuses were continuing down on the ocean end as well, but that they're, big mature trees and I guess, why take them out if we don't have to? So I agree with what's Commissioner Whiten's suggestion. Okay, number 2, oak tree addition. How does everybody feel about that? Commissioner Goldman, you want to start?
Yeah, I liked it.
Okay, and do you like the the oak tree that's been selected, or did you?
I
would you-
like, and again, this is not my area of expertise, but I like the idea of a bigger tree there and a bit of a statement. I thought it was a bit bold. I liked it.
Okay. Commissioner Kellenberg.
I like it, and I like the species because I want it to live.
Okay. Commissioner Whiten.
Yeah, I think it's a good choice. Those are sturdy trees, and you'll have a good selection of specimens because they are available. What's the largest size we can get? That's what I would say, 120-inch box. I mean, we should get something big. It's a tough tree. It can deal with the conditions.
Can I ask a quick question on that?
I've got to reopen the public hearing. I'll reopen the public hearing.
Well, it could be to anybody. It could be to staff. But we know there's not like a sewer line underneath where we think that tree is going to go. I mean, we've done enough reconnaissance on infrastructure to know that the tree locations that we have are not going to be in conflict with existing utilities.
Well, I don't know if John has something to.
That's correct. The only utility we are aware of per Public Works is the central drainage pipe down the core of Forest Avenue.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, I'll close public hearing. And have we all weighed in on this except for me?
I like the oak tree too.
As do I, and so again, so we're all in favor of that. The tree grate size, any comments about that? Anybody have a strong feeling?
I think the visible part of it is six by 6. I think that's, I know Commissioner Kellenberg thought maybe reducing that a little bit, but I think to give those trees plenty of breathing space is a good idea. I don't think if you really reduce it down to 5, you're really like taking 6 inches off of the perimeter of that, which I don't think is going to make a big difference as to whether or not people will walk on them or not walk on them. So I'm okay with the suggested SWA 6 foot square.
Do we want, Chair, maybe tie in the length of the walkway as well? These things kind of go together.
Sure, that was number 4. So if we want to discuss both those at the same time. Yeah, so tree grate size and then the walkway width, 15 feet versus 17 feet.
I'll continue on then. I'd like to stay with the 15 feet because I think compressing, even though it's, you're really only talking about 2 feet on each side. There are people who ride bikes down there and they ride them down the middle of the existing configuration right now. And I think if we start pushing we're pushing the restaurant tables, a couple feet further out, we're compressing the center space on that, which may create a more problematic situation for people who do ride their bikes down there. So I think keeping it at 15 and whatever 35 or whatever that's where I'm at.
Okay, Commissioner Whiten.
It doesn't seem like 2 feet would make a whole lot of difference, but I think it would. And there's been a lot of discussion about visibility of storefronts, access to storefronts, keeping tables away from the storefronts. And I actually think compressing the center space just a little bit is not a bad idea. And it feels more inviting to pedestrians to have as wide a walkway as we can get. And I don't feel we need the larger tree grates because of the bridge system, which is 10 feet. So whether it's 5 square or 6 square on the surface, the tree is still in a much improved condition from what it is today, and it's still receiving the same amount of aeration. And so I'm not as concerned about that. And I do just think it will feel more like the pedestrians are dominant in the space if we give more sidewalk to the pedestrians. And then when you step into that other space, you're stepping into the other space to eat or to sit and talk, and have a conversation with somebody. But I wouldn't fall on my sword.
So about the tree grate size, were you saying five?
I think that's a good idea, because it's just a perceived difference. It isn't any difference truly, but I think Commissioner Kellenberg made a comment earlier that it's perceived, and anything we can do to be sure that people are not walking around the trees, we want them walking along the storefronts.
Commissioner Goldman.
One of the reasons that I suggested we tie the two together was I didn't feel as strongly about the trees. I would probably go with the larger, but I did feel more strongly that I liked the 17 versus the 15, because I thought it gave more pedestrian air, and it also, I feel, really doesn't crowd the tree grade. So you could go with the 5 or the 6 with the extended there, and you just have more air around everything.
Okay. Wait. So you were.
So I'm saying I'm 17 versus 15. My preference is the 6 versus the 5, but I could go either way on that.
Okay. Commissioner Kellenberg.
I think that in my mind, the two are connected. I think the 6, if the sidewalk stays 15, I think it has to go to 5. At the 15 and a 6, it's this pedestrian is too cramped. If we go 17 on the walkway, I'm less concerned about the 6, but I would agree with Susan that I think the best of all worlds is 5 and 17, because I think it really creates a promenade down the sides, not just down the middle. And I think that the changes of texture of this plan in the middle is going to push people to the sides. And because whether it's gravel or DG, I think there's going to be a little bit of a psychological thing there that it's going to, and I think that's not a bad thing, because I think that's good for the retailers to have it pushed to the side. But if the traffic is being more pushed to the side, I think it should be a really comfortable, wide, inviting space. So I would go 17 and 5, but I wouldn't fight 6. Too hard.
Where are we now? You the decider.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So I'll just say what I was going to say and then see how it shakes out. Regarding the grates themselves, and this goes for the tree grates, but also it kind of ties into the drain grates as well, that what you showed in terms of your display material and stuff, where it had some sort of artistic quality to it. I think that's a good idea. I would like to see that happen rather than just a typical slotted grate for either the drains or the trees. The difference between the 5 and the 6 in terms of the size of that tree grate, I don't feel that strongly about it either way. But I did feel pretty strongly that I preferred the 15-foot distance on each side. I think, the main point of this is to create this promenade for various activities and that may happen and stuff, and that we wanted the flexibility in programming to allow that central space to be used in many different ways. And I think it's important, at 15 feet, we're already, greatly improving upon what the current situation is, where the sidewalks are very pinched. And I just think 15 feet is adequate. We already suggested, and it's already been made different on the plans, that, not to use this sidewalk area closest to the businesses themselves for the tables and the chairs and everything. So now that we've removed that clutter and pushed that out into the main space, why not give that main space more prominence? And now that we've decided to keep the walkways adjacent to the businesses themselves open and clear. So that would be my push for the 15-foot, but as right now, that puts me.
Well, let's look.
What about your grate width?
The grate width, I really don't. If we stuck with the 15, then I would go with the 5, like you suggested. So, I'm not sure if any of you on the 17-foot width want to reconsider.
Let's just talk about the real dimensions. 15 feet is from about here to behind where you guys, Sean, is sitting, right? And then 2 more feet is the next row behind that. So
I
that's,
don't think
That's a
15
little
feet is that
exaggerated.
far.
Well, I actually have a question. What
Right
is
here.
the promenade? What does the promenade go from?
Was, I think,
The promenade space.
from 35 to 31 or something like
35 to
that.
30. Well, 35 to 33.
35 to 31.
Oh yeah, because you got it on both.
You're going to lose 2
sides.
feet
Yeah,
on both sides.
Yeah, both
okay.
sides.
But then 15 is from here to the table.
Right, but what's the existing sidewalk right now?
10
Yeah.
to the curb face, but you really only have, about 6 or 7 feet between the building and the tree trunk itself.
So we'd be getting a 33% increase on the current condition.
I mean,
if we
that's
went-
wide. 15 feet is pretty wide.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, if you have, so it's 15 feet with a 5-foot tree grate, you basically have 10 feet of clear walkway, which is pretty good.
Yes.
2 5-foot, or probably 4 and 6,
Yeah.
or 5 and 5.
I have to be honest, I did the same thing that Susan just did. I'm always looking at exactly what 15 feet looks like. And for example, if you take that wall over there behind Louis towards me, but about here, that's about 15. Yeah, so it's quite substantial.
It is
It's a big area. Yeah.
I think it's enough.
You think?
I
15
agree,
is-
I agree with you, Ken.
Okay.
Yeah,
great.
I just looked in my hotel room,
Yeah.
which is small. 2 feet would be a whole lot.
Yeah.
I rescind my 6-foot grate down to 5
All right.
with the 15.
Okay, so we have,
5 and 15.
yep, so we'll stick with the 15 and we'll go with the 5-foot tree wells.
And
or tree-
15
tree
15
grates.
was your recommendation, wasn't it, Sean?
Yes.
Okay, now we get to move on to the exciting event of picking our
Oh.
It
favorite.
was number
Good.
3, though. Didn't you say you had number 3? We skipped over 3 or something.
No, 3 was the tree grate size and 4 was the walkway width.
Oh,
So
okay.
We combined 3 and 4
Okay.
kind of together, but
Got it.
so we've gotten through 4. And so number 5 was hardscape material
There's,
and number 6 was.
sorry to
Sure.
interrupt. There's one more about the trees, which is the arborist report reviewing if tree number C or letter C was to be removed and what kind of action we should do with the recommendations for the construction intolerance.
Oh, well, I was for the arborist report and removing for sure the 2 trees that they suggested, tree C and tree L. And then, regarding the other 3 trees that they said were in danger of being adversely affected by construction, I believe we all said,
Wait and see.
well, do the best you can and follow the best practices, and we'll wait and see. But as you said, be prepared also if,
Yes.
it doesn't work out.
Correct. And Louis, maybe remind us also the process of, if we have to remove a tree and replace, is there a process we have to go by? I want to make sure we don't delay the construction during the construction process.
Yeah, that's a interesting question, Sean. So I know we do have a removal process in place, and Public Works will utilize best practices, to safeguard the existing trees during construction. In the event that a tree fails into construction, we do want to be able to move quick on that to minimize delays and such. I don't know if the planning commission should kind of designate a type of tree at this time, or we should maybe wait in that event. Yeah.
I could provide a thought on this for the commission's consideration. So the intent is to maximize tree preservation with this project. Understanding that construction is construction, certain amount of intensity to that. There may be impacts to some existing trees, and an arborist may ultimately determine that based on those impacts, there's a risk assessment that's done and the tree should be removed. It's a safety hazard at a certain point. So if we get there, the suggestion that I'll make to you is that city staff would replace that tree in kind in the location, because that existing tree is part of your approved design review plan. The intent is to protect and preserve that tree in place. And if it should require removal, well, to remain as close as possible to the approved plan, we would simply replace that tree in kind.
That sounds like a adequate suggestion.
Who would select the tree? Would SWA select the tree?
It would remain the same type of tree, but
Are you suggesting like going to the nursery and
Yes.
selecting the tree?
Yes, I would say we would require that.
Staff is open to.
Yeah.
Whatever the planning commission wishes.
Yes. Well, that's what I think is
would go.
recommended.
I mean, one of us, is that what you're suggesting?
No, SW, the consultant would go, it'd be part of their construction, I'd be glad to go, it's fun. Contract, be part of their construction scope contract.
How do we ensure that best practices, I mean, there's a lot of definitions of, I mean, there could be a public works definition of best practices. There could be an SWA definition of best practices. There could be an arborist definition of best practices to preserve and protect the trees. How do we understand which best practices are being used?
I appreciate that question. With this being a city project involving city trees, what I wanted to mention in response to that question, Commissioner, is that the Public Works Department has an established internal tree preservation protection guideline document that it applies to projects affecting city trees. That it's an internal document. We don't use that for private development projects, but it's something that was prepared and is implemented by the city's arborist. Essentially, what it does is it guides construction such that the more intense construction, it essentially occurs in gradients, intensity of construction. And as you go closer and closer to the trunk, construction intensity should lessen as you approach the trunk of that tree. So there may be different construction methods that will apply as we start approaching the critical.
I think you've
root
answered the
zone.
question. Yeah.
Yeah, also all arborists have recommendation, but the report that was filed for this project by Dudek has specific recommendations. And indeed, I think we need to specify that removal of concrete around tree trunks, the sidewalk, has to be done by hand. Because as someone mentioned tonight, out there on Main Beach Park, they're driving heavy equipment over and close to unprotected trees, which could have long-lasting consequences, and particularly in this tight space. Could we also talk about the fountain
Sure. I mean,
before we do the brick?
right. Yep.
Yeah. I'm not thrilled with the fountain. It looked kind of like a mausoleum or something I'd find in a cemetery. I think that there should be an artist involved in the design of the pedestal, as well as it being a temporary a location for changeable art. So the whole thing, including the panel, the disappearing, water is fine, the little spouts are great and everything, but I think an artist should be involved with that. And it needs to be somehow coordinated with you guys, because you would end up doing the construction documents, is how we see it. And you would have the fountain consultant, but I think it could be part of the art and public places fee. Probably wouldn't take the whole amount, but I think it'd be fun, a lot more fun. Fun for you too.
Well, in reference to that, I'm not so sure it needs to be 3 tiers high either. It could be a more.
Just throw the whole thing. I mean, I just say start over and say the concept is to have something with spouts that disappear into the paving, and it would include design of that apron of paving around it and whatever the pedestal is, whatever it is. Yeah.
Anything to add to that, Commissioner Dubé?
No, I mean, I don't think it needs to be too tall of a structure there. I mean, I like the idea that somebody can sit around it. I'm not so sure it needs to have, 3 tiers to it necessarily. I know that's aesthetically pleasing, but I'm not so sure, if it's going to be something that, every year or 2 or 5 or whatever the decision is, that it's going to, whatever's there in terms of the art element is going to be removed and replaced. I have mixed feelings about that. I think that could become a nightmare. I kind of think like any other piece of public art in this town that, it could be a competition amongst, local artists or whomever to design something that would basically be a permanent fixture there. I just don't like the idea of it. I don't think it's the appropriate spot for temporary art.
Commissioner Goldman?
Like, I agree with the comment that we do have an artist, and we put something there, something that's appropriate. I like the idea of the fountain itself, and I like the idea to get an artist to do it.
How do you feel about permanent piece?
I think I'm okay. I'm okay with permanent. Yeah, I think I'm okay with permanent. And you have something, that's it's a statement.
Commissioner Kellenberg?
Yeah, I was going to bring up the fountain too. It's not your most elegant, piece of design. I think that is a design problem on its own that needs work and iterations and thought and so forth. And I actually think SWA could design a very elegant fountain, but having the art community involved, I think is fine too. I like the idea of running water. I like the idea of it disappearing, so you have the sound of it, but it doesn't become a problem, with kids. I'm just not sure. I just think it needs more work to get the proportions and everything right. So I think agreeing with it in concept, but deferring it to a focused design process is the right answer. And I'll be the only one that says I like the idea of the art changing periodically. I think that makes it more alive and kind of organic and expressive of the shifts in the town's culture and so forth. But that's just an opinion. I don't know that it's essential.
Maybe it'd be best like regarding the fountain that we, put it more in terms of suggestions to the city council in terms of them making some sort of decision on it. Because I think, the questions are permanent versus temporary art and rotating art. I think, a good argument could be made for either case there. And when we saw the plans that were presented to us, it really just kind of showed a fountain, a water feature is going to go here, and that was it. And then tonight we saw for the first time that rendering, and I didn't get it at first. I'm like, what? It didn't seem like a fountain to me. It seemed like, that it was like a pedestal that had pipes sticking out of it that I like that dribble water down the sides of the pedestal. And it makes it looks like it could be a place to sit or something, but it's going to have water just dribbling down the sides of it, and it's going to be wet and get mossy and slippery. And I don't know. I didn't seem like a fountain to me.
I think it was just a placeholder. But one thing to keep in mind about water features is, they're not easy to do and have them function properly. And so my concern about it being a temporary thing that's, is going to rotate in and out of other water features designed by an artist, they're kind of tricky to do. I've done a number of them, and when they don't work, they really don't work. And we have an example of that in front of City Hall.
And just for clarity, I wasn't saying the water feature changes every 5 years.
No.
I mean, to me, the
water feature, the pedestal is permanent.
That's permanent.
And
it's
the
just
art on top of
what
it
you
would
put on
rotate.
top of the pedestal is what.
Oh, okay. I thought you were, we were talking about a whole new water feature.
That's a one-time deal.
Okay.
I think, George, though, you make a good comment about the water feature lasting. The sea air and everything, it's just tough on those things.
Well, that's why the idea of what they're suggesting, if it breaks down for 6 months, nobody would even know. It just, and we have to count on it breaking down for 6 months, so it's not like the design is dependent on water. The water is, is additive as a feature.
Is everybody comfortable with us basically suggesting that the city council do further analysis on the water feature and
No, I don't know if they're the qualified body to be making that decision.
No, I like the idea of them weighing in on whether it should be temporary or permanent. But I think we have a finding on the pedestal.
Yeah. Well, maybe you could have, like Rome, you have water spigots everywhere. It's drinking water.
Well, that was kind of the idea, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had an earlier sketch of different proportions. I think they would have, so those proportions need to be worked on a little bit. Absolutely.
Okay, we're ready to move on to material selections. Regarding the hardscape materials, is anybody in favor of using gravel?
No.
No, I don't think that's a good idea.
Yep.
I think it'd be great for the kids.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I think, because of it requiring the geogrid underneath, which could end up becoming exposed at some point. I think it will require more maintenance. I don't think it'll be as appropriate for putting any kind of furniture or moving materials on. I don't think it'll be as easy to navigate over. So and it sounds like the majority is in favor of decomposed granite, and because of, for the opposite reasons, I feel it's more appropriate. I think because it'll be compactable, it'll be a tighter, more uniform surface, that it would be more appropriate. Now, when I first looked at those 3 different ones, I was sort of intrigued by I'm like, what is that? Crushed shells? And I kind of understand the idea, like you said, hey, that's kind of a nice way to tie into our ocean atmosphere here and that. But I again don't think it would be as appropriate because of it's that it will not compact as well as the other types stuff. So to me, it came down to either the lighter or darker color of the more regular decomposed granite to be, I guess, number 1 or number 2 there. And, my personal preference was the lighter one.
I will go with the lighter one too, so I don't need to get into any big discussion about it.
What is the consultant's recommendation?
The lighter decomposed granite.
Mr. Goldman, any strong feelings?
I really like the decomposed granite. One of my favorite parks has it. It's really nice because it really blends in. It looks almost like stone. It's a nice texture. I can't comment on the light versus dark because I can't see it, but I would probably prefer the light.
Okay. Mr. Kellenberg?
I'm happy with the light.
I can't look at it without looking at it in relationship to the brick choice.
Okay. Well, it sounds like the majority of us are in favor of the light.
But by
decomposed
lighter,
granite.
we're not saying the seashell, we're saying
No.
the one in the middle.
One in the middle.
It's also a better ADA material than the
Yes.
gravel,
Yes.
which is important.
Does anybody would like to begin on any comments regarding the different brick selections?
Well, we've already talked about making it more distressed and maybe trying to pick up on the Tuvalu, the imprinting and imperfections. And there's quite a lot of deep chocolatey color in the Tuvalu, I think. But of these, so that would be kind of a point of beginning, I guess. I think option 3, the color, I like the color of option 3. But the size, when you look at it, and I'm glad you showed that photograph of the brick in relation to the existing brick, it appears as though option 3 is probably too refined or too delicate for the space. But what do you guys think? And these are the 12-inch here, right?
Yeah.
No, but I mean, this option 3 has a very nice scale to it, but then, what is also it look like with a crazy brick? That's the other. the other two look very crude because, you know, and we can play with the size of the joints, of course. But of these four, I like option 3. I like the color, and I kind of like the texture of it too. It's very, feels refined. The others feel a little cartoonish, and that may be because of the grout, the joint width.
Yeah, the proportions of the joint versus the
Yeah.
brick itself.
Yeah, so I concur with that. Number 3 is it's the larger size is kind of, like you say, it's kind of cartoony. My question is, the width of the grout line bumps me really a lot because it seems too featured. And the other thing that I don't quite understand, because I know you can do grout in any color you want, basically, like, why would we not lean that towards something that's not gray concrete looking, and maybe lean it towards something that would sort of pick up the warm tones of the decomposed granite with like half the width of the grout line?
Well,
That's my thoughts.
Well, I understand that. But part of it, I think the thinking was looking, at inspiration of other brickwork that's been done around town and locally. And that's probably the typical style, is to have just gray grout, right? And you don't see.
Isn't there quite a bit of brick in town that's a running bond that doesn't have any grout?
Yes, around, the trees and so forth as bands. But I think what's attractive about the grout, and I agree that perhaps playing with the width of the grout, refining that a bit, I think is in order, is that it's it's a traditional method of material that I think speaks to the organic quality of Laguna Beach in a really positive way, particularly that the methodology of that smeared grout that you get, and to vary that more, in a more, as we embark on the next kind of mock-up, which will be on site, a larger degree before it's finally okayed. But yeah, I do lean towards having the grout for that reason. But I agree that the proportions of the grout to the brick itself should be refined.
So could we have a solution set here that maybe focuses on 3, but considers additional mock-ups?
Could I ask a favor? Ann, could you just walk over and step on 3? Because I don't know which way you're counting from. I can't see.
Three's the closest one to the dais.
No, it's not.
Okay.
Or
All right,
closer
I
to
saw-
the dais.
okay.
Thank you, Vanna.
Good job.
Yeah.
There'll be something, a little something extra in your paycheck.
So what I was suggesting was that if we narrow it down to 3, but then say, look, let's look at 3 alternatives to 3, that look at color, that look at grout color, that look at brick color, grout color, and grout width before a final spec was.
That makes sense.
I think the color range is
Fine.
yeah,
Okay.
it's satisfying.
Okay, then the color.
I mean, I like
color,
it.
Grout color and grout.
What does the consultant think?
Yeah.
The just for clarity, the one on 3 and the one right before us, it's the same blend. It's just
It's-
obviously
they're different
Might look different,
scales.
but it's the same
Yeah.
same colors.
Right.
But I agree, for some reason, 3, as Susan points out, does have that more purplish or the darker reds.
The flash.
Yeah.
It's flash.
But I like the color in 3, yeah, for sure. It does look close to what's out there today.
Yeah. And I do think that the middle DG is fine with that. Yeah.
Mhm.
I don't mind the gray grout, but I think it's a good idea to look at another color.
Just be curious.
I lean towards the gray grout because it's traditional.
Yeah.
It's not trying to create something
Right.
new, but build on what we have
I think
today.
if there was just a little less of it by the
joint
the
size.
spacing.
And Please, yeah, note that, of course, the grade route will, over time, will naturally get dirty and
Right.
start to brown on its own.
Well, that's true.
Yeah, so.
The other thing is if you have to replace anything, you don't have to make a custom grout.
No,
And
that's true.
the city
Correct.
maintenance workers will
Yeah.
not, they'll just use grays. You know.
Okay.
Okay, so enough direction on that for you? Okay, so I think that gets through the decision points that we were supposed to make. And so now we're back to design review and the coastal development permit.
Well, there's, are we going to have an opportunity to raise I mean, I'll just say it, there are 5 issues, I think, in my mind are unresolved. I don't know when I can talk about them.
You may talk about them now, and you can talk about whatever you want to. I just would suggest that you remain focused on, again, what we're tasked with.
I'll try. Not promising anything. I'm really concerned about the flood issue, and I know it's been addressed as that we will get a flood zone permit before pursuing construction. And I believe there's just a common sense observation here that streets have curbs for a reason. One of the reasons is to control flood events that exceed the amount that can be managed by conventional storm inlets. And so I am concerned about increasing the frequency of flooding and impact on the stores with this design. So I don't know what to do with that other than to make a request that the flood and hydrology analysis is very carefully done and measures and models the potential impact of 100-year storms, on storefronts and confirm that this design does not increase the frequency of damage to adjacent buildings. Now, I don't know where to put that idea, but I feel that that's something that we should, I think it's something we should put on the record.
I'll just make a comment about the 2010 flood. I think it was the 2010 flood. So was that the big one with the Toyota pickup truck?
It was
Yes.
2011.
2011, okay. I was sitting in the Renaissance having my lunch, borscht, and the water came through, and the water jumped the curb. I had on my waders, and I sat there as the water came halfway up my shins. Curbs can't help you. This is a floodway. And we've conditioned that this has to be designed for a 100-year storm.
Yeah, but I don't know what that, I don't know what that means. And to me, it's a matter of degree.
It means the calculated amount of water the volume of water that would flow through here in a 100-year event, 100-year storm event, has to be accommodated by the drainage system, which means the underground trench drains themselves are going to accommodate that water. And there are 2 of them, linear. How many feet long is the street? The entire length of the street. And there is underground, the vaults that are going to carry this water. And they're going to peel off into storm drains. So I'm actually not worried about it.
I've got, if you wouldn't mind, just a couple of comments that I made notes on here because of some of the comments that were made in the room about flooding. There was a plan, I think it was either in the 70s or 80s, because of our channel goes underground at Beach Boulevard, and it goes from a 12 by 12 foot open channel to a 6-foot pipe that goes underground. And we've all seen how that doesn't function very well when there's a major storm event. But there was a plan to create a second underground 6-foot diameter drainage pipe down Broadway. And the reason it didn't happen is because the store owners didn't like the idea that Broadway was going to get torn up for 6 months or whatever it is. So because that didn't happen, that's what causes a lot of the flooding in our downtown. So I know that big construction projects cause a lot of havoc on, whether it's retail or anything. But, if we had done that, I think it would have majorly reduced the impact of big storm events on our downtown. So that's the first thing I wanted to say. But when we, in reference to the 2011 flood in the canyon, I know because I used to have a storage container that sat on top of the drainage canal, and it didn't move at all, but that drainage canal overflowed. And because the county flood control people made me remove that after that event, they admitted that our drainage canal that runs through almost all of Laguna Canyon, at least out through Big Bend, can only accommodate a 30-year flood. It's not built for a 100-year flood. So we're talking about things that, potentially could have been mitigated years ago, but currently the flood controlled channel that we all see constantly down Laguna Canyon Road will never accommodate a 100-year flood. We're going to get flooded regardless of what happens on this plaza.
And just for clarification, I'm not challenging anything that anybody's saying here. I'm suggesting a performance standard.
Of course.
That says that we create some comfort that this design does not increase the frequency of damage to buildings versus what we have now.
I absolutely agree with that. The only reason I bring that up is because we're already in a situation where, if we have another 100-year flood, there's nothing we can really do to fully mitigate that.
Yeah, and I'm not saying solve the flood problem. I'm just saying don't make it worse.
Right. And staff already said that it would not.
And my request stands. Let that be in the record. That's something that we're requesting.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just giving you some history as to why we have problems in this town.
And I'd like to clarify the flood I'm referring to is 1998.
Flood, yeah, because Renaissance wasn't there.
Renaissance wasn't there in 2010.
So I can keep going here. My second item is on the impact of the retail business, and I know there are ongoing discussions. I would feel comfortable if we actually made a recommendation that they find a way that no store is impacted longer than 30 days in terms of potential closure during construction.
Well,
or 2 weeks or some number that
Steve,
becomes a guidepost.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's the best way to look at it, because it may not be practical. The better way to look at it is that they address the reimbursement, and there's some kind of method to figure out how to reimburse them if there is impact beyond that period of time, which there likely is going to be.
I like that too, because that creates an incentive to make it as short as possible.
Yeah.
And again, these are not necessarily within the purview of our design review, but you agreed we have the ability to make informal recommendations. Okay. The third one is for parking. I know that we've lost the 48 spaces and we've supposedly picked up 37 of those. But in that parking study, there was discussion of the fact that there are 600 spaces that are under private control. And there are discussions ongoing to see if more of those spaces can be made for public use. And the classic example is the bank, on Ocean, that has spaces that nobody can use at 9 o'clock at night because they're private. I see those all the time and it drives me crazy. Some people park there anyway. I would like to make a recommendation that an increased focus be made on the effort to turn more of those private parking spaces to at least a number that exceeds the number that have been lost by closing forest. I would also, and I know I'm probably the lone voice here, these are suggestions and you all can, vote them down. I will, feel free. I would like to see a variation of the plan or a study overlay of the plan that explores how the plan might be tweaked to make it easier to reconvert to a usable street. And if it could be done in a manner that does not compromise the integrity of the current plan, I don't know why there would be any downside to that.
My only comment on that is that it's that you're not committed by raising the idea that, well, potentially this may have to be changed, like incorporate a change design. It just feels like it's like being an agnostic. You sort of, well, I don't really believe, but just in case,
That's a good point. I mean, well, and when we get into discussion, I've got some other points, but I just raise that as a question. And part of this is, and let me tell you what's weighing on me, and that is that we have what I believe are leaders of our community that we may or may not agree with, and the council may or may not agree with, but there's a group of what I consider leaders in our community that are very concerned about certain aspects of this, and I don't see a downside to, if there's a way of responding to those concerns, I don't see a downside of trying to do that.
Well, there was a comment made by one of the speakers about being in Santa Ana at some temporary, closure for a street festival or something, and I'm not sure where she was referring to, but I know if you go to the third and Sycamore up there, they have taken and closed an entire block of 3rd Street in between Sycamore and the street beyond that. And it's been that way for years, and it's very popular. It's used for all kinds of events, and it's anchored by several restaurants and Grand Central of Cal State Fullerton. So that's permanently closed. So I'm not sure what she was referring to. It may have been some other street, but they do have a permanent 3rd Street promenade there.
And I guess my 5th item is, the idea that, there hasn't been a full referendum or a full complete survey to measure, complete community support for this. I just think I would like to see the city council at least consider some way of putting this to rest once and for all. And maybe I guess probably I'm the only one that thinks that, but I'd like that to be in the minutes.
I think they did do a citywide survey probably 3 years ago that people responded to that. I think it was like somewhere over 60% were positive about a permanent plaza. So, and there's been 20, between workshops and focus groups and council meetings, there's been like 20 opportunities for people to opine on the pluses and minuses of this. So I think all that's been brought into question. So that's just my opinion. Yeah.
Okay. Again, we're supposed to be finding whether or not we can make the findings for design review approval and the findings for a coastal development permit, and whether or not we agree with the CEQA exemption. And, I'll go through, and there's 16 design review criterion. There's specific findings that we're supposed to make for a coastal development permit. And some of these other, suggestions and comments aren't getting us there. So I, in general, agree with staff analysis that they've gone through with the design review criteria. Access, I think the proposed pedestrian plaza increases access. We've, have all sorts of information through the city's codes and documents and procedures and policies that, promote the pedestrian nature of the downtown. And, and this is a great way of doing it. I mean, that intersection, as it was when that lower section of Forest was a functioning street, was dangerous. There have been fatalities there, which is hard to believe because at the speeds that people should be going on those streets. And there was, I went down today to walk around the plaza again to look at the trees and just check everything out. There was a accident where a car, somebody lost consciousness and almost went into the Rock Martin jewelry building.
I saw that. I drove by it when that happened.
And so it was, pretty shocking. But I think, and that when Forest was open and all the diagonal parking there was constantly accidents with people just pulling in and out of those spots and constant disruptions where somebody is waiting for one of those spots to open up and all of a sudden all traffic stopping and flowing, any kind of traffic flow there. So in terms of, we've had 5 years now of the closure as it's been to this point. And for those of us, all of us who live in town, and I drive through that section of town frequently, I have noticed, zero disruption to any kind of traffic flow. That section of Forest was, in my opinion, never operating as a section of open roadway that improved the circulation through that downtown area. So I think, that the access has definitely been improved. I agree with the comments in the staff report regarding design articulation and design integrity. I believe with what they all the rest of the findings. I'm trying to think if there was anything in specifically, but one section and one of the criteria, most of these criterion can end up tying into some of these other issues, like when we're talking about flooding and things like that. But I believe and I agree with staff's analysis of that, and I agree with staff's analysis regarding the findings for making a finding for the coastal development permit. And I agree with the CEQA exemption. We asked about that, asked about the sequencing of this and how this is all being processed. And I believe it's being done in an adequate fashion. Whether or not that this slow street thing can be, made, when it's going to be made, it has to be made basically for this project to move forward. And if it's not done, then it doesn't move forward. So it doesn't really matter whether or not it's done before this or after it. It's an integral part of this approval eventually. So I think that analysis is correct. So, that's where I'm at. I'm willing, to move on and support this project tonight and move it on to the city council with the specific decision points that we've agreed upon here tonight. And, regarding some of this other stuff, it's certainly not within our ability or purview to require a city vote. And even for us to suggest that to the city council, I think is a little bit beyond what we should be suggesting. And, I feel pretty strongly about that one. Regarding some of the other ones, the flooding issues, and there are, that I believe also that there was project-specific conditions of approval that are added into the resolutions, particularly items 12 through 15, that deal with some of this. Item 12 dealt with, condition 12 was about art and public spaces. 13 was about the slow streets program condition and how that has to happen for this project to move forward. Condition 14 was about floodplain compliance to meet all FEMA regulations regarding construction within a floodplain. I mean, that's pretty clear. You know, it has to happen. So I don't know what else is required above and beyond that. And condition 15 was about special events being allowed in this space, and there being certain permitting requirements for that. And I believe that's all appropriate, and I believe that those project-specific conditions have adequately conditioned the project for it to move along. And that's kind of where I'm at. Commissioner Goldman, would you like to add your comments?
Yeah, so I'm in the same boat as you, Ken, that I agree with city staff and council with regard to the coastal development permit and the ability to make the findings and ability to make the CEQA exemption. So I'm supportive of the project. I actually, Steve, the things you articulated, minus the flood, which the flood is one of the softer issues that you articulated. I have struggled with all of those same things. And the way I have looked at it, and, you know, I guess in a way I'm agreeing with both of you, Steve, because I think those are real considerations that as residents, we should be considering, as other residents have articulated. But I think as commissioners, our job is to comment, as Ken just articulated very well, on those things which are within our purview, and, you know, recognize that we as residents have elected a city council, and these issues are in the purview of city council to be considering, you know, as duly elected council members. So my summary is, and I'm going to make one other comment. You know, one of the residents said, don't let perfection get in the way of excellence. And I think that's a good point because, look, this is a complicated project that we're doing, and it's going to have long-lasting implications. But our city is kind of falling apart. Our downtown is falling apart. We have a lot of storefronts, and, you know, more storefronts not in this segment of Forest. But we need to do something. And this is something, it was successful during COVID, and I think we should take it to the next step and make it permanent. But we have to move forward. And, you know, that statement about don't let perfection get in the way is absolutely true, because we're never going to get perfection, and there are going to be things that some people like and some things other like. But I just think the hour is too late to do nothing. And so I think, you know, as a planning commissioner, putting aside my feelings as a resident, which I share with Steve, as a planning commissioner, I'm supportive of going forward on this, and I'm supportive of supporting city staff and council in the recommendations that they made.
Thank you. Anybody else want to go next?
I think that was very well said, Steve. I really can't improve upon that. It covers, I think, the issue of being a citizen and being a commissioner. And I guess I would say that we as citizens can talk to our council members directly about these issues. We can call them up, email them, or appear at a city council meeting and express how we feel about it. So, and it's, you know, really legitimate. And I feel it is time to move forward, as Steve said. The situation that we have down there is a mess. I find it really unattractive. The good thing is the trees really carry the day. Everything else underneath it feels like litter that needs to be cleared out. It's a chaotic mess of heaters and corrals and planters of this, that, and the other thing, and then the stage with whatever is up there on the stage right now. I mean, it needs to change. And we've gone through a long process to get to tonight. And one of the things, I think this is a simple, straightforward plan. this is, and people are saying, well, why are you so wrapped up about the trees? Because the trees are the star of the show. Trees make the space. And the buildings define the space. And these trees having as much uniformity in the species as we can, I think is good. In fact, all of Forest Avenue is eucalyptus with the exception of the 4 ficus that are on this block and the 1 other ficus that's up on Beach. Otherwise, except a couple new trees that were planted. So it's a simple plan. The paving is calm. It relates to the historic brick in town. Because it's a simple plan, and the buildings, and a lot of these, even though there's apparently only 1 that's on the register, they're historic buildings. And because the trees are so simple, the plan is so simple, the storefronts and the whole, shoebox there, the walls are going to be much more visible, and you're going to really feel the history, I think, a lot more when it's cleaned up, cleaned out, simplified. And so we're going to have it's going to be much easier to appreciate the history and the Walk of Fame and, the plaques. I like plaques. But I think it's a social space. And the consultant has called it a living room. But it's a social space. There's movable furniture. You can come, eat, have coffee, meet your friends. And right now, it's not very attractive to do that. But there is a lot of support. And there aren't a lot of people here tonight on any side of the coin. But I think I love the simplicity of the design. Everything, it needs refining. This is just a concept level that we're at now, but I think the basic concepts are set. It's flexible and it's sociable. And I'm ready to support it.
Commissioner Dubin.
Yeah, I want to just, before I make my final comments, I just want to, I was making notes when people were talking in the room, and I just want to make a couple of general comments back to a couple of the speakers. There was somebody talking, a couple of people talking a lot about parking, the loss of the spaces on Lower Forest. And I just want to say that when a parking structure was talked about for the village entrance, those same people, said, oh, we don't need that. We've got plenty of parking downtown. There's, and they cited numbers and statistics and all that. And the same people tonight, said, well, we don't have enough parking downtown if we lose the parking on Lower Forest, so it's just, people create narratives that fit, their particular point of view. And I just wanted to make a comment on that because I remember, the comments about, oh, we've got plenty of parking downtown, we don't need a parking structure. And now the same people are saying the exact opposite. So, and, I just wanted that to be on the record. And as far as the comment about, me choosing to not sell my artwork, that's nonsense. That choice is made by the buying public, not by me. And there are many months when I don't sell anything. It's not because I choose to not sell things. So I just wanted that to be on the record. At any rate, getting back to the topic at hand, all of my fellow commissioners have spoken very well about where we are right now in terms of making the findings, but also just the overall general comments about our town in general. Our town in general is looking pretty beat up, and I think this is a real opportunity to evolve in a creative way. And I just think we've been facing so many roadblocks to whether it's our retail requirements, we're working on streamlining processes where we're doing everything we can to incentivize retail to come back. But we also got to remember that since COVID, retail is a completely different beast now. And during COVID, of course, everybody started shopping online, and that hasn't really stopped. So I feel like retailers of all stripes need to really take hard looks at what they've been doing, and some of our business owners have been here in business on that part of Forest Avenue for 20, 30, 40 years. But it's a hard lesson to learn, to learn how to change and evolve. And I know in my own practice, I choose to make things that most people would not want to buy, but that's the choice I make. I know what to do to sell more, but that's a balancing act that I work on all the time. And I just think that the retail environment is so different now, and we've lost a lot of anchor stores, things like Quicksilver and whatnot. But it's a different time, and I think people who are in a retail business or a restaurant business, they need to really take a hard look at how they do business. And if they feel that people have the only way they can sell something is by somebody parking directly in front of their store, I think they're sadly mistaken. I think it's not like that anymore. And I know that when Forest Avenue was open to traffic, I showed at BC Space down there quite often, and trying to get down there to unload paintings or whatnot, it was a nightmare. And even just trying to pull off of Coast Highway, and there was always inevitably somebody stopped in the middle of the road waiting for somebody to buckle their seatbelts and turn their car on, and it would back traffic up to Coast Highway, and it was just a mess with parking down there. So, and this is something that's been talked about for way more than the last 4 years. It's something that's been in the mix conversationally in this community for 20 or 30 years. So, and I find it sort of funny to hear people come at this stage of this process when there's been upwards of 20 opportunities for people to communicate to city council, to focus groups, workshops, to now come and say they've never heard about any public noticing or haven't had an opportunity to talk about or give their opinions or thoughts on whether or not we should move forward with this. I just find that to be, although I respect them coming in tonight and offering their opinions, I just think that train has kind of left the station at this point. And I think, as Commissioner Goldman just stated, it's time to either to move forward. I think we've been in a state of stagnation for so long. I just feel like this could be a really I always talk about the pyramid in the plaza at the Louvre, and how many people hated that when it was in place, and now everybody would kill you if you told them you were going to remove it. And I think anytime there's substantial change to an environment, that there's going to be people who are opposed to it and other people who support it. And I think in the long run, people, when this is there, and I know it's disruptive to the retail environment temporarily, but that's not the reason to not do it. It's like, it's an inconvenience. It's going to be difficult, but at the end of the day, it's going to be a real plus for the city. So I'm here stating my full support for moving forward.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Kellenberg, do you have any additional comments?
Yeah, my 5 things were not my final comments, just for the record. But I did want to thank you for tolerating me on those, because I was uncomfortable with not getting some of that out in the open, as awkward as it might be, because we heard so much about it. And I think it was good that you all responded to them and you took a point of view. And I thought it was healthy that point of view was articulated. And because I was asking our staff, earlier, I'm a little unsure of what our purview really is here when we hear all of this. So I wanted to get it out and hear a consensus that the council has addressed a number of these things, and we're comfortable with those. I still think a couple of them are worth having in the record. Having said that, but in terms of my opinion, I had mixed feelings about this when we started, whatever it was, 18 months ago, getting serious about it. I thought maybe a hybrid might be something that should be looked at. But as time has gone on, I've gotten very comfortable with this project. I'm convinced now, and I'm one of those planners who can hold two contrasting ideas at the same time and think they're both right, which causes a lot of problems with me. But, I work on placemaking all over the country, and I've worked all over the world. I mean, I know something about this stuff. And I'm absolutely convinced this is the right thing to do. I think creating a people gathering place, even though it's not in the 100-year tradition of our town, I think towns need to evolve. I think they can't be static. I think that having a gathering place, and I don't know who thinks I said it's only for the tourist. I've read that a couple places, and I don't ever remember saying that. And I don't believe it either. And that's why I don't think I ever said it. I think it's on contrary. I think this is for the residents of the town primarily. And it's a place to gather and have a sense of community. And so I've come, and when I talk about, should we go through certain steps to build consolidated consensus? To me, I'm not saying that not because I don't think there is, because I don't think it's a good idea. When we end up with these controversial projects, I just like to find a way of having as much consensus around the final solution as possible. And if there's little things we can do to build that consensus, I'm for that. I agree that we need, and I like the term that we need a catalyst for the retail downtown. And I think this can be a catalyst. I also agree that we need to look outside of just the street and look at Ocean and look at some other places and focus on those as well. So despite bringing up some tough issues, I am highly supportive. I do think we should move on. I didn't mean for anything, even though it sounded like it, I don't want to delay this. I want it to move on because I know that we have some goals in getting this done, so.
I'd like to just say one more thing, and that is imagine how the settlers of Laguna felt when there was Forest was a dirt road and there were horses. Imagine how they felt when the cars came to town. They were, I'm sure, outraged. And, there may be some level of discomfort in town about this, but, it's a very thoughtful process. And, it's not over till it's over.
And there is going to be more opportunity in front of the city council to talk about this.
Yes, there will be.
And they're the ones to address some of these more global questions.
They make the final decision.
Well, and to top it off, if it's highly successful, we will be the heroes, and if it's a massive fail, we'll be run out of town. So
we can blame it on them.
I know I've brought this up at other times on other projects, and it was mentioned tonight by some member of the public talking about Main Beach Park. And, I've said many times that I wasn't there at the time, but I'm sure if I was there in the early 70s and the proposal came along to remove a whole string of existing buildings there along what is now Main Beach Park that included I'm sure a lot of the longtime businesses and the ballroom and other buildings you see in these old pictures, that there was probably a certain segment of the population here in town who thought that was a horrible idea. And
Well, it's the same people who are still thinking it now.
So, yeah, so I think in retrospect, most people will say that it turned out to be probably one of the best things that Laguna ever did. And I hope that this project ends up being similarly held up in the future. Nothing's guaranteed. Don't know how the future is going to play out, but that is my sincere hope, and I'm going to stick with that. And this happens in a lot of these meetings, and there's plenty of public comment that was given tonight that I, strongly disagree with, that I think some of it was, a mischaracterization or flat out wrong. I've just learned to hold my tongue and, and to evaluate the projects as I see fit after, doing all my homework on it and leaving it at that. I understand Commissioner Dubin wanting to respond, especially when people are making personal comments. But, again, I find sometimes if you don't have anything nice to say, just don't say anything at all. So
I don't think I was being rude.
I don't think so either. I'm not saying that.
I just wanted to respond to a couple of those things.
Anyway, so at this point, I'm comfortable with making a motion as recommended. I guess the other question is, does anybody want to make additional suggestions, voluntary as they may be, that are kind of outside our scope of our review here to the city council about anything? I don't know. I mean, if you want to go through that again, Commissioner Kellenberg, I know that, again, I'm not in favor of suggesting to them that they put this before a citywide vote.
And you have to listen very carefully to my wording. I didn't say that.
Okay.
I said that it would be a suggestion that they consider some means of solidifying, clarifying the town's consensus around this project. And keep in mind, the reason I'm bringing these up is because they've been brought up by a lot of other people. And I just want us to hold them up and look at it, and think about it. And if we decide that we don't want to do that, that's fine. The other ones are a performance standard on flood. The second one was a reinforcement that there be a financial incentive for minimizing impact on retail, that there be a recommendation for accelerating the study of converting private parking spaces to public access when businesses are not using them. And the last one was doing an overlay to just evaluate if there are small changes that could be made to make a reconversion less costly in the future if that were needed. Those were the five, and you can reject them all, or you can say there's a couple of good ideas here. It's up to you.
Any commissioners? I don't feel personally that any of that is necessary. I think it's all covered in other ways. Did anybody else have any feelings?
It's my, I respect what you have to say because you've been a planner for, your entire career. I just feel like we're either all in or we're all out. I don't feel like there's that sort of agnostic middle ground where, you're sort of got one toe in and one toe out because
You're just talking about one of these, right?
Right.
Okay.
Because I know that when the trial thing on the alley behind where the Greek restaurant is, I don't know what that is, but the city tried a little temporary closure there, but they didn't support it. And so everybody looked at it and went, well, that was a fail because, it was kind of funky and it wasn't really done very well. Well, it's because the city wasn't behind it. There wasn't funding to do it right, even as a temporary thing. So I just feel like, either we're all in or we're all out. And I just don't feel there's any middle ground. That's my personal opinion.
Yeah, one comment, Steve. I think to a certain degree you've accomplished what you wanted to accomplish. We've brought these issues to light. We've discussed them as a commission. I'm confident that all of the city council members will either watch the tape or they'll be aware of this conversation, and they'll reflect on it. And I think it will make them thoughtful in their deliberations on this when they talk about it. I think you've achieved your goal bringing this up and, you know, having us all have this conversation. And so I think that suffices.
Yeah, it's on the record. Definitely, it's definitely on the record. Starting from the bottom of the list, what was the last one?
Oh, the last one was, would there be any value of doing analysis of minor modifications to allow it to reconvert?
Well, as I understand it, there is a vehicular subbase outside of the two 15-foot sidewalks, and the street width is 64 feet. Is that right? The hour is late.
Yeah, it's about, I think about 70, yeah.
70,
Yeah.
okay. So there's
Well, you have
40
30
feet.
You have 35 feet between the drainage. wells.
Correct.
So that's really the operational
Yeah,
space.
so it's available if it needs to be converted. I'm comfortable with that.
Okay.
I think it's good. And then what was the fourth one?
One was on accelerating the evaluation of private parking for public use. Which is part of, which is in the parking master plan to do, but.
Yes, yes, and that's active, as I understand it, all the time. The city is trying to acquire those spaces. It is true, some of them are not available until after hours, but some of them are available. So I know that's an ongoing program. The third point was,
Creating financial incentives to the contractor in the city to minimize impact on retail openings.
yeah, yeah. I do remember the council discussing the construction management practices around, you know, keeping the stores open, including, you know, certainly not 30 days. I mean, really just a couple of days.
Well, and so I don't, you know, my fear is that they're going to be closed for 3 months or something.
Yeah, sure.
And
I'm sure they'll have to
I'm
package
just
that.
trying to turn the heat up on a couple of these things.
Yeah,
that's all.
I mean, they'll have to package that somehow. And the second one was
Oh, the flood
the
issue.
flood. I'm confident that'll be taken care of as a condition of approval.
I'm satisfied. We don't need to talk about it anymore.
Okay.
I mean, I'm happy that it's in the record, and I'm sure there's cuss words being said at places in the city about me bringing these up, but
Well, no.
I just feel it's our responsibility to address all of these issues because they've been so articulately and repeatedly brought up, and so I think we've done it.
Yes.
Okay, is staff clear about direction, particularly on the decision points that we were supposed to be making? And
I'd like to make sure we are clear,
Okay.
Chair. So what I'd like to do is run through what I believe is the commission's consensus based on the deliberations thus far. On the first point, the matter of the ficus trees, the consensus is to trim and prune the ficus trees along the South Coast Highway end to raise the canopy, and the ficus trees on the Glen area end would be removed.
correct.
Consensus support for including the southern live oak in the proposed landscape plan.
Correct.
And
As
a
large a specimen as
large
possible.
as possible.
Thank you. The tree grates and walkway width, the consensus was 5-foot square tree grates and 15-foot walkways.
Correct.
And this ultimately didn't get incorporated into what I think was the consensus recommendation, but Susan, I think, closed the conversation with this discussion on the tree preservation guidelines. And Steve commented on this as well. Just wanted to clarify that staff will be incorporating the tree preservation guidelines into the construction documents.
the guidelines out of Dudek's report or out of the typical cities? Both?
It would be both would be my thinking.
Okay.
Unless there's a conflict, in which case I'd recommend that we move forward with the city recommendations because they're, I think, local recommendations that I think are a little tried and true.
Okay.
Paving selections, the consensus was for the lighter DG and brick option 3, and grout width will be finalized prior to construction and in consultation with the city's design consultant.
Right. And I think, I don't know if it needs to be incorporated, but I think we are all agreed with the suggestions from the applicant or the design team that, the different types of brick and, some that are maybe used or stamped or, and whatever the grout extra smearing and whatever.
Give me a schmear.
That's
Yeah.
a restaurant term.
A reference to Tuvalu.
Thank you. That may have taken us through the comments.
The fountain.
The water fountain was
yes.
really basically.
Did we get the DG in there?
Yes.
Oh, you did. Okay. Sorry.
You're right, I did skip over the fountain. So the sculpture pedestal shall be artist designed and include a running water element. Additionally, the Planning Commission recommends to the council that it decide whether the pedestal should support a permanent art piece or if art should be rotated in and out.
I'm not sure that the actual, the structure should necessarily be designed by an artist. I mean, they could, participate in the maybe decorative covering of it or something like that. But I'm not sure that artists are necessarily qualified to do an actual structural fountain catch basin or whatever.
If I may, it's a collaborative process. We typically work with artists on these.
Yeah,
back and forth.
that would make more sense. I just wanted to make a note of that.
Thank you for that clarification. So if the Planning Commission agrees, we'll clarify to say that the sculpture pedestal shall be a custom design and include a running water element.
Yeah, and maybe in conjunction with SWA, so that it's a collaborative.
Right.
I
Right.
use the more generic design consultant
Okay.
term just because obviously there's
That's
a
fine.
construction bid process that will
Flexibility.
follow.
Yes.
Got it.
Okay. Is that it? We ready for a motion?
Yes, I believe so, Chair.
Okay, I'll move that we adopt a resolution, attachment 1, approving design review 25-0319 and coastal development permit 25-0318 and finding said action exempt from CEQA pursuant to Public Resource Code sections 21080.25 subsection B subsection 1.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Goldman,
Yes.
Commissioner Whiten,
Yes.
Commissioner Dubin,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Kellenberg,
Yes.
Chair Sadler.
Yes. Okay. Motion passes unanimously. I guess there's a right of appeal to the city council, but the city council will be hearing this in the future, and you, members of the public, will have an opportunity to provide their input at a future date. Thank you.
Sorry for being troublemaker.
Okay.
Okay, we're not done. Okay, I always think that okay, now we're done. We're going home. No, almost. Other business. Anthony.
There is no other business, Chair.
Okay, committees, commissioners, and staff reports.
Looks like Play Coffee's finally under construction.
I did notice that.
Yes.
And I did mention, that the Piatti restaurant is actively getting ready to open, and they're supposed to open by May. That's the former, Cabanas, Suenos, whatever else it's been.
Do we know anything about Truly Pizza?
We're currently processing that application. It will be coming before the Planning Commission, and it seems like it's likely to be presented in the near future.
Okay.
I
Anything?
did have just one brief staff report. Just
Sure.
wanted to announce that we have hired a second planning manager, Bill Rodriguez. He comes to us from most recently Costa Mesa, but he's also worked for the cities of Irvine and Santa Monica. Probably no one other, I'm probably the most excited person at City Hall that we have Bill's talents with us here.
Why? Thank you.
He actually did attend part of this meeting sitting in the back, and I think he left during the break.
Was he at the back?
Yes, yes. He is going to be the staff liaison to the design review board. We're very grateful that he's here. Please do say hi when you bump into him. He brings a lot of talent and experience. to
What
the
was his
city.
name again?
Bill Rodriguez.
Bill Rodriguez.
Great. Would somebody like to make a motion for adjournment? And our next meeting would be 14 days from now, so the
April
16th.
16th.
I move that we adjourn till our next regular meeting on April 16th, 2025.
Is there a second?
I'll second it. I have to go to bed.
Nobody wants to leave.
Okay, roll call, please.
Commissioner Goldman,
Yes.
Commissioner Whiten,
Yep.
Commissioner Dubin,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Kellenberg, Chair Sadler.
Yes, we are officially adjourned. Thank you.
Thanks. See you tomorrow, George.
Okay, yeah, that's right.
New York is
No, we've got it.